Is it? Is it the Big O Show?
This is the Big O Show.
Oh, yes, it is. Welcome aboard. Yes.
Another time change.
Yes, exactly. Today we're
Keep you guys on your toes.
Yeah, today we're starting at 10:30 instead, and we got to get that whole picture in there, Bill. We don't have the Vegas helmet in. We don't have the whole mic flag in there. We gotta include, because in honor. Let me see. I'm moving in a little bit more. In honor of the XFL starting, I figured I'd whip out my Orlando Rage jersey. I'd whip out a Rage helmet, a Las Vegas, in honor of us, making Vegas our second home this year, because we're going there twice for a week, because we will go for a week. Trust me. When I go out west, we go for a week. So we're going to go out west for a week this season for the Raiders and the Dolphins. So we're looking forward to that. So I figured I'd whip out. I have the whole collection, actually. I have all, whatever it is, 8 teams from the first go-around. So,
I think it's 8 again.
Yeah, it is 8 again. Yes, it is 8 again. It's 8 again. Of course, I come prepared. Jerry Glanville, Bob Stoops, Jim Jeffcoat. Remember Jim Jeffcoat, those long-ass arms for the Cowboys? That's all I remember from Jim Jeffcoat. Jim Jeffcoat would line up on a three-point stance, and he was basically standing when he put his arm down on the ground. Seriously, he didn't have to bend over. I mean, that guy had arms that were like, that's the one thing that I remember about Jim Jeffcoat. That guy could tackle you. The second you hiked the ball, he just reached over to the quarterback and brought him down. Anyway,
I had to have somebody take over Ed Too Tall Jones's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same thing. Chris Miller, Pepper Johnson, June Jones, Jim Zorn, Winston Moss. These are some of the coaches that are in this league. All right?
Winston Moss.
Yeah, Chris Dishman is in this league. Mark Tressman, Tim Lewis, Martin Bayless, Mike Riley. These are guys that you know as coaches or players or whatever that are.
A lot of NFL cachet there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of work, available to folks out there. I didn't have an XFL hat, so what I figured I had to whip out these props because some of you are going, but wait a minute.
At least you're color coordinated.
Sunday.
You match the helmet over here to the right.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And no, not only that, I didn't really want to wear this stuff at Toyota of Hollywood tomorrow or Craig's Inn or Hialeah Park. So I figured I'd get my props out today since, we can always whip out the props inside the studio. I figured we'd do that. So in honor of the XFL, if the XFL wants to send us new helmets, hey, more power to you, brother. I mean, that'll be cool. We'll give you some love. So we got a lot of exciting things too developing here on the show. So I can't wait. We got a loaded show for you. David Foronos is going to join us at 11:30 to talk a little bit about signing day tomorrow for the nation. And it's not a big deal anymore because of the early signing period, but we'll go over with David some of the lingering players that they could acquire or lose out on, and that we'll do that at 11:30. Michelle Kaufman is going to stop by at 2 o'clock to join us for her weekly Inter Miami segment. We got a lot of things to talk about with Inter Miami. New players? They got an 8-game package. Something else. I got to look it up. But there's a couple of other news and notes that we'll go over with Inter Miami and Michelle Kaufman. So we'll have a little fun there. We got so many. Today is one of those days that, there are so many things to talk about. It's really, really crazy. I think it's one of those days where I'm just over prepared and I've got so many different items that I want to address, whether it's sports, whether it's music, pop culture, all that kind of stuff. We'll have a little bit of everything there to talk about. First of all, let's get into a little Panthers last night, because the Panthers last night, a hell of a game, man. I mean, it's sad that now their goaltender is just, I forgot the guy's name and pronouncing it or whatever. Do you remember the guy's name from last night?
Something with an A, almost like Anderson.
Yeah, it's not Anderson. It's not that simple.
You would have got that.
Thanks. I appreciate that for making me sound like a complete moron. I know I'm a moron, but don't make me sound like one. You can't remember Anderson? Come on.
It's like.
Yeah, well, it's nothing like Anderson. I forgot the damn name. But anyway, the guy's red hot. He's like 12-2 or something in his last 14 games.
23 points in 25 games.
Yeah.
20. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just he's red hot. And Bob that's what I felt bad, that Bob actually played a really good game yesterday, and he wasn't rewarded with what we normally see, offense. Isn't that weird? Right? It's just so twisted. It's like it's so Dolphins-like. The week the defense kicks ass, they can't score a damn point. The week the offense is blowing up, the defense is caved in the second half, and they're giving up drive after drive, and you're like, come on, man. And it's so Dolphin-like over the years that's happened to us. That's
number 2 scoring offense in the NHL, only behind Colorado.
Our winner teams are the Heat and the Panthers can score. I mean, they can score. That's not an issue for those teams. Okay? Heat's a little better on defense, but and they still got improved. Oh, my rage helmet fell there. Damn.
No, they just want to get into the action. That's all.
I didn't position it right.
They don't want to wait till this weekend. They want to get in the action.
Yeah, they definitely did. No doubt. Now he got concussed. Anyway, so it was a hell of a game by Bob. It was one of those games where you sit back, and the Panthers have played well as of late, and I think they got 3 out of 6 points in this trip. So, they did all right. Could have done a little better, but, it's decent. At least you got a point last night. But it's one of those where I felt really bad for Bob. Okay, now there are days so far this season that we could have said, Bob, dude, you should have played a lot better. I'm the first guy to point that out. But yesterday, I felt bad for him, man. I really did, because you got 44 saves. You are on your head, dude. Okay, and then you finally gave up one in overtime. And again, not the greatest defense in front of you when you gave up that goal too. So, whatever. But it is what it is. Sadly, the Panthers ended up losing in overtime. They're now 29-17-6. They're in third place in the division. You want them to climb a little bit more. Speaking of Las Vegas, the Panthers will play Las Vegas tomorrow at 7 o'clock at the BB&T Center with no Gallant. So there you go. So we'll see that, and hopefully the Cats can continue their hot play. They need to, so they can climb in those standings. I don't want them at the bottom of the playoff standings. Why do I keep hearing a bell? The hell is that? Where the hell is that coming from? I swear I heard a bell, right? Oh, it was that? Turn that damn thing off.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm going to keep hearing a bell every once in a while. I'm going, what the hell is this? What's going on? I don't have anything on. And it's your ass over there doing the bells. Come on, man. Hell's bells. So Cats back in action tomorrow, taking on Vegas, baby. Vegas. That's what it's all about. Remember, speaking of Vegas, go to our Twitter page. We've got our Tommy Rockers reservation link there. So you can, inquire about reserving your table for 1, 2, or 3 days in the draft. You got to tell them how many in your party, what days are you going to be with us at the Vegas draft party, which, of course, is going to be the party. Trust me, you don't want to be stuck standing like in front of you're not even going to be in front of the stage, most likely. You'll be, 50 yards away, 100 yards away, in the sun. It's not. You want to be at Tommy Rockers with us in Vegas, doing a Dolphins-related type draft and enjoying all of that. So you go to our Twitter page at Big O Show. I think we posted on Facebook too. But it's there, the link for Tommy Rockers, and you can call them and reserve your table now. Set yourself up, okay? All right? They can't take any money or anything like that, but it's kind of a first-come, first-serve. You can put your name on the list. You know what I'm saying? So you can get in there. So you definitely want to set yourself up for all of that. Have you picked an XFL team yet?
No, you know what? I looked at it briefly, and no, I haven't picked one.
I went with, the Rage last time because it was the closest team to us, so it's a state team. So, but we don't have an Orlando team. We have a Tampa team this year. So I'm going to go with Tampa. That's going to be my team this year is Tampa. Supposedly, I don't know anything about this, Dallas is favored, okay? The odds in Vegas say Dallas is the favorite team to win it all in the XFL.
If you're betting on XFL, you'd bet on almost anything.
Well, there's plenty of people that are going to bet on XFL, dude. Plenty.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Usually you want to be, an educated participant. How much are you going to know about the XFL?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
So you might as well just, bet on a coin flip.
Yeah. No, I got you. No, you're right. You're right. It's one where betting on the XFL, you really have got to be desperate.
Like you say, if there's roaches involved and we could bet on it somehow, we're doing it.
Now, the thing about the XFL is, and just like all these leagues, right? A lot of us that love football, we get all pumped up about it because we're going to get more football. But then when we realize how many notches under the NFL it is, we're like, okay, we're good. And so that first week, they always get decent ratings. It doesn't matter what league it is. The XFL last time got great ratings that first day, that first weekend. After that, it pummeled, man. It was downhill after that until I believe Las Vegas won its only title. I want to say Las Vegas and Tommy Maddox won the title, I think. Yeah, I want to say Tommy Maddox and Vegas won the title. Look it up. Who won the XFL title? Okay. And this was a long time. I've had these helmets a long time now that I think about it.
I was living on the beach. It's probably somewhere between 2002, 2003, 2000, somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah.
17, 18. Once upon a time.
2001 was the season.
God, even further than I thought.
19 years ago.
I remember we set up fantasy teams for the XFL.
Yeah.
We were
definitely.
little psychotic about
fantasy.
Yeah,
I got into it. I definitely got into it, and I'll give it a chance again because it's football. You know what I mean? So I'll give it a chance and try it out and all that stuff. I want to see if we could get somebody on to talk a little XFL. I just don't know what's a legit reporter in the XFL right now because the thing hasn't been around long enough for me to kind of figure out who the hell it is. Anyway, so if you want to get in on the program, it's really simple. 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. That's 786-322-1105. The XFL, by the way, will not test for weed. Okay? No weed testing in the XFL, which, you know what? It's not that you're encouraging it, but you're saying, okay, look, if you live in one of those states where it's legal, we don't want to hold it against you. So there you go. So if I'm a player and I have to play in the XFL, I'm telling my agent, please get me to a weed state. Okay? I'd even think about this. Is marijuana legal in Texas? Is it legal in New York? Is it legal in Florida? Is it legal in Washington? It is. Missouri, because that's where St. Louis is, right? Okay, I know. I just want to make sure.
St. Louis, Missouri, yeah.
I wasn't. Maybe it was in Kansas also.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. California,
Toto.
L.A., California has it. D.C., Washington, I don't believe is legal yet. Houston, Texas, I'm not sure. So they've got two teams in Texas. So I wonder, that was the other thing. Some of these teams, there's a couple that I know that are in legal states. Others are not. And so they're not testing for weed. It debuts this weekend. Okay. The favorite team is Dallas, plus 300. New York is plus 400. My team, Tampa Bay, is plus 500. L.A. is plus 550. D.C.'s plus 700. Houston plus 750. St. Louis plus 800. And Does it mean anything when the wise guys label Seattle plus 1,100? I mean, like, they really think you suck. It's the first year nobody knows anything about the teams, but the wise guys are already convinced that Seattle has no shot at the title plus 1,100.
You know what I was thinking about? I remember the first time around they tried to do it regionally and use players from the area, so to speak, to
Did they?
to build the base. Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you were in Florida,
Oh, yeah.
you that way there would be a regional interest.
No, but it was only select players.
Yeah, like I said,
yeah.
just build your base and have at least an in.
Not even a
with
base.
with your community.
Not even a base. It was a few players. I remember that. If you were from the Birmingham type of area, they put you on that Birmingham team and all that. I get it. I get it.
Just generate some interest
Yeah.
with the locals. It makes sense.
I get it.
It makes sense.
I get it.
By the way, Los Angeles Extreme were the ones that won the championship. And that makes sense because Maddox.
They had Tommy Maddox, right?
Wasn't he a UCLA guy?
Yeah, they had Tommy Maddox, right? Because he won it. I remember he won it. I thought it was Vegas. So they had Tommy Maddox because Tommy Maddox was the winner of the XFL championship. I remember that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99.9% sure Tommy Maddox
won a championship.
Yeah, he won. He won a championship. Yeah, exactly. He didn't play too bad. And obviously, He Hate Me came out of there and all that good stuff. So we'll see if they can actually have any kind of success in the offseason.
Quarterback was Tommy Maddox.
Yeah. I remember that. That I got right. I got wrong that it was Vegas that won it. It was actually the LA Express, right? Is that what you said?
LA Extreme.
Extreme. That's right. Express was the USFL.
Yes.
It was the USFL. Now, that league was fun. The USFL was awesome. My dad, God rest in peace, he is, I mean, wow. He was as degenerate as it gets, okay? My dad could bet on everything in the world. And XFL, I mean, USFL was one of the things that we definitely bet on. And I remember we would go over the lines every week and talking about the XFL.
Wasn't Steve Young?
I mean, the USFL.
Wasn't Steve Young?
Yes. He was with the Tampa team,
and then,
right?
No,
the New Jersey Generals.
No.
That was Flutie.
Flutie with, what's his name?
Flutie. No.
Herschel Walker.
No, he was with the LA Express. That's right. He was young.
And then he went to the Tampa Bay
Bucks. And then they traded for him.
Exactly.
Right. That's what it was. That's right. Yeah.
But they had Jim Kelly. Kelly with Houston had the same
Gamblers.
record,
Yeah.
the same statistics as Marino, man.
Yeah, the Gamblers.
He was amazing.
Well, no, but that was a legit league.
Oh, they had Ernest Biner.
They
were loaded.
Ton.
Yes.
Reggie White started there.
Yes.
The USFL was.
They were legit.
They should have stayed where they were, and it would have sustained and it would have grown because you were having the stars and the attendance was getting there. You know, now not all the teams were perfect, like the Boston Breakers, Portland Breakers, the ones that moved a couple times. The Breakers couldn't really find a good home, but most of the other teams actually had pretty good attendance. The whole thing was the stupid lawsuit and Trump obviously ruining it all.
Win $1.
Yeah, that's the part. You just don't take on the NFL, bro. Stay where you were, and you were bringing big players to play for you because eventually you were playing in the summer. So you were going to get a lot of guys that if the money was starting to be the same, hell, I don't want to deal with those winners. I'll play in the summer in the USFL, and it still would have, maybe been around, and maybe we would have ended up with two leagues.
Two-league merger, AFL, NFL. Obviously, post that, the only legit football operation was
the USFL.
Yeah. Everything else has been fluky.
Yeah, once they thought they got smart and they were going to take on the NFL, that's when, it was over. And that was all because Trump never got his NFL team, so he was pissed, and so he wanted to go after the NFL, and he, thought he could.
You win $1.
Yeah, you're not gonna take on the NFL and win, bro. You're just not gonna take them on and win. It's impossible. So we'll see what happens with the XFL. This weekend as they start anew. What do we got here on the on the chat board here so far. Big O Show. Ty says, Big O and Bill, good morning. Emilio says, good morning, boys. Happy Wednesday. Back on the road again, heading to San Antonio, Texas. Appreciate that. And appreciate you watching us on YouTube. 72 Fins logo saying good morning. Let's see, what else do we have here? Big O, should Miami get involved in a trade for another player before the deadline? You're talking about the Heat, and the rumor is that Iguodala is in the mix. And the question is, what do they trade back? I guess this thing isn't going to stay there, I guess. What do they
get some Velcro, man?
Yeah, something. No, I'm not ruining my mic flag. What's it called? The thing is, what are you giving back, right? Can you give Winslow? Can you give Dion Waiters? And then you've got to throw a little something extra on top of all of that. But you're not going to be throwing in Tyler, and you're not going to be throwing in Duncan. You're not going to be throwing in any of those kind of guys. So a second rounder, and I don't know what else you do. I don't know if you do the Leonard Myers thing. There's a series of combinations. But what you don't want to do is give up anything that is significant. And what I mean by that is a piece that you're actually going to build on. I got to tell you something. I cringed a little when I'm even hearing Leonard Myers because of the way he's played for the Heat. He's played so well as a complimentary player. I love the Iggy move. Don't get me wrong. I know it can add something defensively and a guy that can, an extra 3-point shooter, all those kind of things.
Playoff experience.
Yeah, that would help.
Playoff experience.
Yes. All of that would help out. But the bottom line is you cannot be giving up too much for this. And so if you have to give up anything significant, like a young guy, then no. Now, if you're going to give up Leonard Myers, it does suck because he's played well, but I get it. You've got Olynyk. You've got James Johnson back, so you can kind of, you can get by with it. You don't need to have too many bigs. With Bam and Olynyk, you'll be fine. And James Johnson, you're good. So you can get away with Myers Leonard. I would love to get rid of Winslow or Dion Waiters. You know what I mean? As much as I'm a Winslow guy and I like him, but the injuries are just, I get so turned off by players that can't stay healthy. I'm just not, if you're unreliable, I'm not a fan, period, in anything in life. You're unreliable. I don't want you as my wife. I don't want you as my girlfriend. I don't want you around, period, if you're unreliable, because it's just a pain in the ass, okay, unreliability. And that's what Winslow is. He's unreliable. We know he can play and help you in so many ways, but his body gives out every time. So if you could dump Dion, please. If you could get rid of Winslow, please. Whatever, man. Go for it. If you can make it happen, please make it happen. You got to give up a second-round pick, too. Go ahead. I don't care. They can't trade a first-rounder, thank the Lord, because you really don't trade a first-rounder for this guy because you're only borrowing him for half a season. You're hoping that he helps you as a defensive player so you can make a slightly deeper run into the playoffs. It's not like you're going to be a championship team. So you're not giving up something because you're on the brink. No, you're just trying to have a little better season is what you're trying to get. You're trying to see if maybe you can better yourself slightly in the playoffs. So for that, you don't give up anything that's going to help you in the long term. You could give up anything that's helping you in the short term and is not a long-term requirement. You get what I'm saying? So that really, in the end, is the only reason why you make this Iguodala trade. As long as you're not giving up too much and it doesn't hurt you in the future. That's all. That's it. That's where it ends. You don't do anything more for Iguodala. I don't know.
How about Winslow, Dion, and James Johnson, and a second rounder, and goodbye all three of you. With
you have no idea, no concept of NBA trades.
You have to have equal value.
Yes, bro. You're giving up $400 million for $20 million.
It's okay. So
you can't do that.
You can't throw in James. James's contract is
can't do that,
out of whack and can't
do that. Can't do that. So that's where you have to look at and you have to weigh it that it just has to be something that doesn't hurt you in the long run when it comes to the Miami Heat. That's it. Outside of that, you're fine. It's not going to be a bad thing to make this move, as long as you're not hurting yourself, in the future. You do that, then I'm all for the move.
It sounds like this is about solidifying maybe a home spot, like
right.
2, 3, 4.
Staying in the top
2, 3,
4.
4.
Well,
right.
They're already in the top 4, so stay in the top 4 so you have home court advantage, and you have another defensive player out on the perimeter. You know what I mean? And so that's going to be really, really important. And when you run into the Oladipos and you run into all these other big stars that you're going to run into, whether it's Boston with Jalen or whoever else, now you've got an Iggy that's going to help you slow some of those guys down. And I understand the method behind the madness for the move. Again, as long as it doesn't hurt you long term. That's all I care about. Outside of that, you can't be thinking short term because you're not a championship team. When you're a championship team, then yeah, you do whatever it takes to get over the hump. And even if you have to slightly overpay, you overpay. Okay? That's all. I don't have a problem with that. So yeah, I'm good with the move for the Miami Dolphins. For the Miami Heat. Flipside Fishing, Big O, what kind of jersey is that? This is the Orlando Rage from the XFL. In honor of the XFL starting this weekend. I guess you just tuned in. That's why we are doing it. Sneak Attack 305 says, nice jersey, Big O. Speaking of jerseys, I can't wait for the Inter Miami kits to come out so I can represent. Oh, what do you think about the Heat's matchup against the Clippers tonight? I'm looking forward to it, man. That's going to be fun. This is every elite team that you can play. This becomes an event. That's what we got tonight. It's an event night tonight. It's a basketball night in South Florida. And you know what I think? I think the Heat has a shot. Now, I know that Tyler did make the trip with the team. That's the good thing. Myers Leonard did not with the left ankle. So that hurts you a little bit. But again, like I've told you, you have Olynyk. You have now James Johnson back to go along with Bam. So you'll be fine there. And Bam has played just absolutely phenomenal. How he showed discipline the other night. And I like what he said after the game. He goes, hey, Spo and I have an understanding. He trusts me. He wanted me to stay away from silly fouls. And that's what I did. And obviously he was able to stay in the game and defend Embiid as well as he could, obviously because Embiid's a freaking stud. But you got to love Bam. So they're fine, and they got a shot at winning tonight. I don't go into a game with the Miami Heat in a defeatist attitude ever anymore. Not this team. This is the kind of team that can beat anybody in the NBA. Can they beat the Clippers in a 7-game series? Hell no. Hell to the no. Okay? Can they win tonight? Hell's to the yes. Can they beat the Lakers on any given night? Hell yeah, they can beat the Lakers. They can beat Milwaukee. They can beat anybody you want in the NBA on a given night. Are they going to beat Milwaukee in a 7-game set? No. Okay, they're not there yet. But they are good enough to be one of the top 4 seeds, which I didn't think they were at the beginning of the year. And they're good enough to beat anybody in the league. They're not at the point where they're good enough to beat any of the elite teams in a 7-game set. That's not where they're at yet, but that's fine. They're way better than I thought they would be. They're way better than most of you thought they would be. Come on. So there's nothing to complain about with the Heat. That's all. The only time you're going to hear me complain is if they overpay for Iguodala. Like they did for, James Johnson, Tyler Johnson, what's it called? Whiteside, those deals, Dion, those deals, you'll get ripped by me for those deals. Drubo says, Big O and Bill, let's go. Heat tonight. Who's staying up late with me to watch this team kick some butt? Oh, I'll be up, man. I'll be up. It's all right. I know I'll have, slightly bigger bags tomorrow at Toyota of Hollywood. Ty says, I was a big Tampa Bay Bandits fan. I loved Eric Trivillon. Or Trivion? I don't know. Is it Trivillon or Trivion? I remember the Tampa Bay Bandits back in the day.
Have we looked at the uniforms? Have they kept the same uniforms,
They're
they made
super cool? No, they're not the same because it's different cities, different
They have
logos, all
changed
that
stuff
stuff.
up,
So they changed it up, but they look good. They did a nice job with their marketing.
They have a professional look.
It's football, man. They get it. And XFL is part of wrestling. So when it comes to
marketing, flash, splash.
Marketing's not going to be a problem for them. Their problem is going to be talent. Their problem is going to be quality of football.
Oh, is that all? Yeah. Just the talent?
Now, unfortunately, that's the problem for all those leagues. It's quality of talent. You know what I mean? Can you imagine if the XFL said, all right, well, let's do this. Let's have our own draft, and we draft the elite players coming out of college. We offered Joe Burrow a contract. Can you imagine that? The Tampa team is allowed one elite player to go get. And they say, well, we're going to draft Joe Burrow, and we're going to give him such and such money a year.
Just a little over what he could get as a rookie from the NFL. Just more.
No, it's not that much, so triple it.
Triple it?
Yeah.
Want just
it's the rookie deals, right?
That's exactly what the USFL did.
The rookie deal is like $4 million a year or whatever. Pay him 12. And then he has an option of, well, maybe the Bengals, I'll go to the XFL and I'll build that up.
That's what the New Jersey Generals did in getting Herschel and
everybody.
And
no, but that was all over.
Yeah, the teams all
did that. They all did that.
The one that set that benchmark was
Trump.
Yep, exactly.
It was Trump. That was Trump.
He went in sideways.
The Generals was his team.
Yeah. Yep.
And he paid like crazy for all those guys.
He was paying Herschel Walker for decades. He may still be paying.
Yeah. It's crazy that Nunn just received his third Rookie of the Month. I know. Him and John Morant both have 3 Rookie of the Months. What's even crazier is that Butler won it 4 times his rookie year. So Nunn is still in second place in Heat history, and he's won it 3 times. Now, he's the only undrafted rookie to ever win it more than once. So twice was already an amazing accomplishment. Now he gets it 3 times. That's
he's
crazy,
all by himself with that.
Yeah.
Undrafted accomplishments.
It's going to be a while till somebody breaks that one because it's hard for you to slip through the cracks of the draft and fall that far out where you don't get drafted and you're just hiding on somebody's roster, and then somebody else sees something in you that nobody else saw and says, grab him. Because apparently, I forgot the name of the scout for the Heat, but he was like going nuts. Like all year, we have to get him, we have to get him, we have to get him, we have to get him. The story is almost like by the end of the year, you're like, all right, dude, you've been such a pain in our ass all year about this guy. We know you know your stuff, so we got to go get this guy. And, like, they got him on the last day of the year.
It's just to shut him up, kind of?
And maybe, yeah, it's one of those things like I can't stand to hear you all offseason that we didn't get Kendrick Nunn. So what the hell? We got the space. Let's bring him aboard. Boom. And the rest is history.
With all the luck you said, it's
like
another thing. To get playing time, he got to go into the starting lineup with what he had done.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
Well, who's going to give an undrafted rookie playing time?
Yep. 72 Fins logo, yes. He Hate Me played in the XFL. Yes, sir. In fact, I want to say He Hate Me played for Las Vegas. I'm pretty sure. Can you look it up? Rod Smart is his name. Rod Smart. I think he played for Las Vegas. Yes, He Hate Me. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll see. I might be wrong. I usually am. Let's see. What else do we have here? Will Jesse Ventura be the announcer? I don't know. That's a good one. I have no idea. But he will be ready to go, I'm sure, at this point. You know, ready for the...
This is the XFL!
That's a drop that never gets old.
Is the XFL!
Never gets old. I hope he does it again. I hope he gives us a fresh, this is the XFL. I need another one of those, man. It'd be fantastic. All right, half hour down. Let's take a quick break here. We do want to remind you that the great people at Pallet Rack City, and listen, I want you to call Eddie right now if you own a warehouse and you want to straighten it out because it's a mess. You need great racks everywhere. Don't you love a great rack? I know I love a great rack. Racks are just a beautiful thing. And also for your warehouse. 305-887-9212 for Pallet Rack City. They buy and sell all new and used racking. They've got the largest used racking inventory in South Florida. They've got everything you need. All your warehouse needs, forklifts, you name it. They will take care of you. Hand trucks, all that stuff, dock boards, most packaging supplies. They've got it all for you. Call Eddie Pineda right now. That's my guy. 305-887-9212. Support the great sponsors that support our program, Pallet Rack City.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
We are back here on the program. Welcome back. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. By the way, I was right. Rod Smart did play for the Las Vegas Outlaws, and he is also a young man from Lakeland, Florida, too, on top of all of that. So there you go, a Florida kid. He played for the Eagles for a little bit also in the NFL. Played for,
Did some CFL, some NFL,
Played for the Chargers, the Outlaws, the Edmonton Eskimos, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Carolina Panthers, the Raiders, and Tennessee. Had a cup of coffee in Tennessee for a practice squad type of thing. That's it.
So wasn't that much of a player because his claim to fame is he hate me, right?
Well, dude, he lasted.
I'm saying he was able to make a living.
He lasted 4 years in Carolina.
But his fame is.
His fame is XFL.
That's what he's known for.
Well, because he hate me was like the top name. It was like so cool. It was funny. It was one of those things like, wow, this guy put on his jersey, he hate me.
Because when I'm running away from him and he's looking at my back, he hate me.
Yeah. That's it. Haters, man. That's what it's all about. So, yeah, that was funny. All right. We got a bunch of things to talk about today on the show. I don't even know where to start. I got to tell you, I'm looking at my notes here, and I've got so many different things to talk about. You know what I did see, and this was kind of funny. Did you guys catch, because the whole Tom Brady, where's he going and what's he going to do and all that stuff, and this is where football, basketball, and even soccer do things that you'll never see in baseball, right? And yesterday, did you catch the Julian Edelman tweet? So Julian Edelman tweets out John Cusack Say Anything, and it's his face holding up the box, and it says, "Baby, come back," right, about Tom Brady. And you know what? Julian Edelman may even know where Tom Brady's going. He's just maybe effing everybody, you know what I'm saying, and just having fun with this. Or maybe he doesn't, and, maybe Tom Terrific hasn't told anybody, and maybe only Gisele Bündchen knows exactly where he's going. So, but these are the little things, okay? Look, I still think Brady goes back to the Patriots. I've told you that I think this is all a power move. When it's all said and done, I don't think this is anything more than that. I don't think he's going to play for the Raiders. I don't think he's going to play for the Chargers. None of that stuff. I don't even think he's going to take Jimmy Garoppolo's job in San Francisco, which was a really, really, I don't know if you guys heard this. There's a scenario. Dan Graziano on Get Up yesterday was talking about the scenario where, Brady could end up going to San Francisco and take the job from Jimmy Garoppolo.
The way the 49ers build their contracts allows them to change course midstream if they decide to change the plan, upgrade at a position. And Jimmy Garoppolo's contract is no exception. There are 3 years left. Not a dollar of it is guaranteed. As of April 1st, $15.7 million of his $23.8 million salary this year becomes guaranteed. But April 1st is 2 weeks after the start of free agency, and it's no coincidence that the 49ers do their deals with that date as the trigger. So if Tom Brady wanted to go there, if the 49ers decided that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't the guy, that they were a better fourth quarter quarterback play away from winning the Super Bowl 2 days ago, they could move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, owe him no more money, and replace him at quarterback.
Now, I don't think that happens either. But again, there's another scenario, right, that people are talking about. I don't think so. I've said Tennessee and Chicago are the two best spots for him because I think they're ready-made. All they need is a real quarterback. They don't have that there. So that would be an option too. And, whatever. I don't think it's going to happen. When it's all said and done, I think he stays there. Now, This is not why I bring it up. I bring it up because this is something that goes viral, right? Edelman tweets it out, and then that thing obviously goes all over the country, heck, all over the world, because you've got football fans all over the world that are interested in where Tom Brady is going to go, especially, I'm sure, Patriots players are Patriots fans all over the world are very interested in all of this. So by Edelman doing this and it going viral, it's on every newscast, all of that, it's been liked 74,000 times. It's been retweeted 12,400 times, okay? It's been commented on 832 times. So this thing obviously exploded, right? These are the things they don't do in baseball. They don't know how to bring attention to their game and their sport and have fun with social media. They're so out of touch with social media. They're so out of touch with millennials. They're way out of touch with Generation Zs. That's the younger crowd. Those people have no interest whatsoever in baseball. Very few kids. It's so minimal. And these little things, they know how to promote their sport. They know how to interact. Did you see the Ja Morant, Steph Curry social media stuff that went on? Right? The whole Iggy thing. Iggy's in jail there in Memphis. They don't let him out. They don't trade him, whatever, all that. And so, Steph tweets out, a picture with Iggy in the championship and, basically saying, hey, he helped us win a championship, This guy's a hell of a player. Ja Morant then tweets out Kevin Durant with the championship. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of going back and forth with all this. And again, that's fun. It goes viral that you've got the players going at it and having fun with this thing. And it's not anything like super personal or anything like that, but it's still kind of taking little digs at each other. But in the process, you're putting your sport out there. You're putting headlines out there. You're getting people to talk about you. You know what I'm saying? It takes a Mookie Betts trade for us to talk about baseball. Okay? And it's just going to go under the bridge, like water under a bridge, like nothing within a day or two. And everybody will forget about it because it's baseball. And I was just looking at those examples of Ja Morant and Steph, about Julian Edelman, all of this. These are things that I wish baseball players would wake up and look at how they need to grow their sport. Because you think about it, if the Red Sox are worried about money, that's not a good thing. That's kind of weird, and I'm wondering what the landscape of baseball. See, because I'm one of those guys that thinks, I believe logically, and I think the money's going to start shrinking in baseball. Because as attendance drops, as interest plummets, ratings plummet, how the hell do you keep the money going? There's no way of doing that. If less and less people are interested in baseball, advertisers and TV stations or TV broadcasting networks are going to know that. So there's no way the same kind of flow or even bigger flow is going to be coming in. And I wonder if the Red Sox were thinking that. I heard Jeff Passan talk about, the Dodgers, they had flexibility and they had, a great minor league and all that. Yeah, it's great, but the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Cubs, those are teams that normally don't worry about money. It's kind of weird that the Red Sox are so worried that they need to get under the luxury tax. And remember, the Red Sox own their own network. So they have another, stream of revenue that's coming in that a lot of teams don't have. Because there's a lot of teams, they may have a TV deal, but they don't have a TV network. When you've got Yes and you've got Nesson and you got stuff like that, that's a lot of money that you got coming in. So it's really weird, you know what I mean? The Mookie Betts trade yesterday, and I'm looking at the Edelman stuff, and there's a lot of correlations to all of this. And I think the people that are seam heads, they may not see it coming, or they are trying to avoid it and not talk about it. But the owners have got to know that their sport is no longer growing anymore. It is now declining. And so I don't know what they do, but their players aren't like Julian Edelman, and they're not like Steph Curry, and they're certainly not like John Morant. Can you imagine? John Morant is a rookie. A rookie with swag, a rookie that is the rookie of the year, okay? And this guy's out there leading his team as a rookie, and he's out there tweeting to the world and taking on Steph Curry. That's, that's some juice, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But when I saw that Edelman thing, I was like, okay, this is definitely, something that baseball desperately needs in a big-time way. See what we got here. Dude, Brady got home everywhere once he is done. He goes to his home in Brazil, Argentina, or Connecticut, or New York condo. Okay, I don't know what that means, but that's fine. He says he stays in New England. Will be well, I've been saying that. I've been saying from the get-go that all of this is a leverage ploy by him against Belichick. Got to listen to the show, Sid. Let's see. Ty from the Bronx says baseball's in serious trouble. Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that baseball is in serious trouble. They do not get it whatsoever at all. I'm telling you. All right, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. David Furones, by the way, is going to join us from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Canes beat writer will join us at the bottom of the hour. We're going to talk a little Canes with him. We'll get the latest on National Signing Day tomorrow, which looks like it'll be a light thing, but we'll get some notes in there, and we'll talk a little bit with him about certain subjects that I want to get into. One thing that I wanted to mention before we go to the break and bring on David Furones is prayers go out to Huey Lewis, man. And this is kind of an odd thing. I love talking about music at times. And those of you that know what who Huey Lewis is, and Huey Lewis and the News, I don't know if this has ever happened to you. Has anybody ever taken away something you love, and then you're willing to, try to do whatever you can to keep it going and revive it, whatever it is? If it's your girlfriend or wife or your husband or boyfriend or whatever, and you're trying to win them back, if it's a career that you have, you know what I mean? Hey, look at me, right? I mean, I do work for Sirius, but locally, obviously, I'm not on a local radio station anymore. But I said, hey, man, I love doing radio. Maybe I can do it on my own nowadays. Maybe I don't need a radio station. So let me try to keep doing what I love, right? And, wow, I mean, knock on wood, plenty of wood in here. It's actually more than worked out. It's been great. And so you want to do what you love. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's teaching, whether you drive a bus, whether you are an accountant, whatever it is that you do, that you love what you do, because I know that a lot of people out there don't love what they do. Or maybe you have a hobby, some kind of a passion, right? And that's something that you like to do on the side, and that's kind of what keeps you going too. You know what I'm saying? We all have some kind of a passion, and musicians, obviously, that's their passion. More often than not, people that are in rock and roll, they and especially if they're successful, they paid a lot of dues before they got there. And they had to play in a lot of crappy places and not make a lot of money and all that stuff to kind of prove themselves. Why? Because it's what they love. And Huey Lewis lost his hearing. Now, it's not on a permanent level, and he's doing some treatment for it and trying to resurrect his career. And his band just came out with a new album, but it only had 7 songs because he couldn't finish the album because of the hearing. And in fact, let me read this story for you, because when somebody loses something that they love, it's got to be one of the worst things in the world. You could lose a job, but maybe you don't love that job, okay? And you're kind of maybe happy that you're not there anymore, or if you left somewhere and you left it because you weren't happy, but you're going to find somewhere else because you like what you do, but you want to find it with the right people, right? Whatever it is, however they take it away from you. Listen to this. Huey Lewis remained hopeful that his hearing condition will improve so he can perform again. And he even joked about supporting his own hologram on tour in a way of getting back on stage. Lewis and the News have a new album called Weather, which will be released on Valentine's Day. It contains 7 songs because that's how many he was able to record before his hearing failed on him in 2018, and he was forced to cancel. All future tour cities, he later admitted, he felt suicidal and struggled to deal with the condition. He can sometimes hear well enough to sing, but other times he can't even follow a conversation. Think about that. He goes, the inner ear is one thing that medical science knows the least about. It's cased in a bone, and there's no surgery. But I'm taking stem cell stuff and trying everything with my hearing, always fluctuating. My body is doing it itself. What I have to do is stay healthy, exercise, and hope my body will slowly take care of itself. He noted that he felt good at one point that he booked 2 days in a rehearsal studio, but by the time the band flew in, his hearing was shot again. He did manage to perform 1 song, listen to this, in a small concert in St. Andrews, Scotland during a golf trip. He goes, I was able to do it because I was in a tiny place, not in an arena, and the band was very quiet, he recalled. It felt amazing, though. I was so happy. Think about that. At a golf tournament in some tiny little bar with some band that's there, he gets to sing 1 song, and he feels like he's on top of the world. It's not a platinum record. It's not an arena concert. He's not leading a stadium. This isn't the 80s anymore, where you could easily feel gratified by any of those things that I talked about. No, you're just in a tiny little place. Why? Because Huey Lewis, once again, got to do what he loves to do. And any of you out there, whether you love cooking, whether you love whatever it is, mechanics, whatever you do, it makes you super freaking happy because you're good at it, you're creative, it allows you to be yourself or whatever. You know, that feeling is something that we all want. And reading this story, man, I felt bad. He says, Lewis said his former production manager is now working on the Buddy Holly hologram tour, which led to the idea of creating his own projection-based performance. They had to use a model to ape Buddy Holly to create the hologram, he explained. I'd be the perfect model for Huey Lewis. I could come on tunes and do shtick. The crew loves the idea. More seriously, Lewis says he could now live with the possibility of never being able to perform again. I have a great life. I'm a lucky guy, he reflected. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that, but I am. And it's hard to remind yourself that you're still a human being, that you still have other things that you can do. But when they take away what you love, and when it's taken away from you and you didn't want it taken away, that's tough, man. So, thoughts and prayers to Huey Lewis. I hope he gets his hearing back because that's a sad story to lose what you love. All right, let's take a break. David Furones from the South Florida Sun Sentinel is going to join us. We talk a little Miami Hurricanes with him next.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty, let's go. Let's talk a little Miami Hurricanes. And David Furones does an excellent job of covering the Miami Hurricanes on a daily basis for the South Florida Sun Sentinel, and you can follow him like I and so many others do at David Furones _. David, good morning, my brother. How you doing?
There you go. I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, I can't complain, my friend. I'm just enjoying another beautiful Wednesday here. Plenty of things to talk about on a beautiful Wednesday. I was reading your article in the South Florida Sun Sentinel, talking a little bit about National Signing Day tomorrow. Before we get into the National Signing Day, David, how would you assess Manny Diaz's offseason, my brother?
Well, a lot going on in the offseason. I mean, I think Manny Diaz went in with a plan after obviously the 0-3 end to the season with those embarrassing losses to FIU, Duke, and Louisiana Tech in the bowl game, and a shutout to Louisiana Tech, that he needed to fix some of these issues that he had. The biggest one was offensively, from the offensive coordinator on down to the quarterback position itself, and he addressed both of those situations with the new offensive coordinator, Rhett Lashley, and which I'm sure we're going to talk about, and then quarterback getting the big grad transfer, the biggest name that was, or one of the biggest names that was on that market, Houston quarterback Derrick King. So you address those two issues, and then even get at a pass rusher where you have two guys going into the NFL draft that were defensive ends, and a top 10 sack leader in the country last year, Temple defensive end Quincy Roche, and then kicker. We all know that was a big issue for those 4 losses that came early in the season, and got a grad transfer from FIU, hometown kid out of Miami, Jose Borregales, the older brother of the kicker commit in his 2021 recruiting class, Andres. So, really addressed a lot of the issues that were hurting this team.
I thought I don't know how all of them are going to work out, but it sounds like he made a lot of effective moves overall, because getting that defensive end, getting Derrick King, and getting Lashley, man, those are, and the kicker, by the way, those are 4 enormous issues.
Right. So he kind of, he would say it during the season that he always feels that if you have a problem, you need to fix it. So he stood by that and put those words into action. He found the issues that were demoralizing his team and addressed them for sure. And then we haven't even mentioned Ed Reed, chief of staff, where there were all the Alonzo Highsmith rumors swirling, and then the on and off talks. Eventually, no offer on the table, and nothing went down. But got a guy in the building that I know fans are still very happy to see is back in Coral Gables and representing the program in Ed Reed.
Yeah. What do you think about that move, David? Is that a move you feel is going to really help this franchise or this program? I'm sorry.
Well, and we're going to talk to Ed Reed later today, actually. And what I want to do is get a better idea of exactly what he's going to be doing, and the trade-off in power between him and Manny Diaz. What UM said in its release is that he'll play an advisory role to Manny. So it'll be interesting. You have to see it actually play out and come into action. As far as a face and a name that's recognized in the University of Miami community, it's a home run hire for sure. He's a Pro Football Hall of Famer. He's a guy that has a lot of respect amongst anyone that you talk to in the football circles. And so from that perspective, absolutely tremendous. And then now we just have to see, what he'll actually do once he's in the office, once he's out there checking out practice, the limited recruiting role that he's allowed to play. Because obviously I know a lot of kids, granted, these kids now that are coming up through high school, some of them may be too young to remember him definitely in the Miami days, but, maybe just got a glimpse of him playing professionally with the Baltimore Ravens and, all those years. And but still a name that definitely carries some weight for sure.
So let me ask you, David Furones, of course, from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, Canes beat writer, joining us here. Did Manny and Blake kind of do whatever they could to make sure that Highsmith wasn't going to get hired, because they were kind of afraid that Highsmith was the guy that was going to come here to kind of, make sure they were on the straight and straight and narrow, and then they go and get Ed Reed because that's not going to be a threat to them. Do you agree with that first and foremost?
Well, it's interesting because according to the reporting that me and my partner over here, the Sun Channel, Dave Hyde, did in talking to some of the people within the program and board of trustees that were and donors that were really pushing for Highsmith, then it seemed like they were getting some pushback, and there was one who offered to go ahead and say, hey, we want Highsmith so bad, I will offer to pay his salary. And then Blake James kind of seemed to have to bring him back into the conversations because of that. So, yeah, I mean, I think when you're talking about bringing in a guy who is a high-ranking NFL executive, has done it for so many years, is eyeing a potential GM position one day, was vice president of player personnel with Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, that could be viewed as a threat for a college athletic director, a young college coach who has just 1 year of head coaching experience under his belt, obviously several more as a coordinator and a great coordinator at that. But, when you're kind of trying to figure things out in a way in 1 year for Manny Diaz, then, when you have such a high-ranking kind of influencing voice, then it could be viewed as a threat for sure.
Well, so then here's what I want to ask you is, what do we know about this power struggle? Because clearly there must have been a power struggle between the board of directors and the boosters and all that, because there was talk that they're the ones that kind of wanted Alonzo Highsmith. So then it looks like Blake James and the coach kind of won their power struggle because they wanted instead Ed Reed. So maybe the president was kind of in the middle of all of this. In a way, that's kind of the impression I'm getting about all of this. Do you get the same thing?
Yeah, the president, you're saying Julio Frank?
Yes.
That he was involved in what aspect?
No, that he's in the middle of this. He's in the middle.
Kind of.
That you got the board and the boosters wanting Highsmith, and then Blake and Diaz going, this is not good for us because we could lose our jobs if we're not good enough next year. Let's get our own guy, and they go and get Ed Reed, and they kind of come back with Ed Reed, and then they win on their power. That, to me, that's the impression I get from the outside looking in. You tell me how wrong I am there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I can't speak too much on that, but I mean, for Julio Frank, I'm sure that's the last thing he wants to be in the middle of is board of trustees, pushing so hard in one way, and then the guys that you have as your athletic director and head coach, definitely seeing it in a different way. So in the end, I think Blake James and Manny Diaz went ahead and they wanted to get a guy who fans would still and trustees alike would still be very pleased with after there was a lot of negative pub around not eventually handing that offer to Alonzo Highsmith and getting him in, and they wanted to flip it with a guy that the Miami faithful was still going to hold in high regard.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. All right, so David Furones, of course, joining us. National Signing Day tomorrow. In your article, it was kind of this is going to be a quiet one because of a lot of the things that have taken place. Can you explain a little bit?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's just the increasing trend in the last 3 years since college football instituted this early signing period in December. Just the schools want to get a lot of their class secured by that early period. A lot of the prospects want to make sure they know where they're going, and a lot of them want to even enroll early. It used to be that only the early enrollees were signing early, and everyone else would do it on the traditional first Wednesday of February, as where we are today. So really, the Hurricanes only right now signing one prospect, and that was the Georgia cornerback Isaiah Dunson. Good 4-star pickup. One of the top remaining prospects at that position after they only had one cornerback in the early class, which had 18 prospects. Eventually turned into 19 because they had a Washington State receiver that had signed with Washington State. He's from San Diego, and Keyshawn Smith. And since they had a head coaching change there, he was able to back off of that, according to NCAA rules, and then Miami jumped on him. So he was already in. And then you get this one cornerback out of Georgia, Isaiah Dunson. And then they're still waiting on a former Chaminade Madonna defensive tackle, Willie Moise, who has to get some academic issues apparently in order before being able to sign with the Hurricanes. So kind of quiet, and I guess you can also include those transfers into the recruiting class. So just because it's quiet on signing day doesn't mean the class itself is a disappointment. It's just kind of twofold. It's a lot of it is just happening early, and just because you don't have the signing day big additions doesn't mean the class is to be viewed differently. And then also, it's just the trend of how the whole recruiting calendar has kind of moved up in college football.
So, David, as you've had time to look at this recruiting class, what do you like from it? What do you hear from people that grade these kind of things that we know nothing about because we don't know these kids?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get a young quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke, who, the one time I saw him, which was at the Paradise Camp, the marquee recruiting event in the offseason for the Hurricanes, and he looked absolutely stellar throwing the football. Zipping passes in, has a great arm talent. The running backs that they're bringing in, two local kids, one from Belen and Don Chaney, an All-American, another All-American, Jalen Knighton, who comes from Deerfield Beach. So you bring in young talent into that room after you just had DJ Dallas go into the draft, and then you also had Lorenzo Lingard, the former five-star, who has had some knee problems and injury issues, transfer out to the University of Florida. And then on the defensive side,
by the way, his cousin, right? It's his cousin or whatever. He's going to end up choosing Florida over right? That's kind of the plan.
Yes.
Is what you wrote.
Right. So Lorenzo Lingard's cousin is Avante Williams, who's choosing between Miami and Florida today at 12:30. That's the one other thing that UM is kind of waiting on, but all indications seem to be that it will be Florida. But there's some late rumors that it could be Miami, but we'll see. I mean, it seems to be trending toward Florida. It has been for a while. It's to just wrap up on the recruiting class itself. I think the defensive line prospects, they got a lot of DNs that are coming in. One of them who can play some end and move into tackle, and you can give these guys some time to develop. Let them gain some of that weight. The right weight, and let them play behind some of the guys they have now. And DB, even if they don't get Avante Williams, I mean, you're still bringing in a very talented DB class with the three safeties they brought in. Jalen Harrell, one of them at a Champagnat. They're local here. Keyshawn Washington, really long guy that they kind of compared to Sheldrick Redwine a little bit. A lot of good prospects coming in.
It sounds like it, and obviously Derrick King sounds like this is the ultimate difference maker here, and with Van Dyke, now you don't. The beauty is you don't put the pressure on the kid to have to save the damn program, right? Because this year is so important. Can you imagine if you didn't get Derrick King? Now Van Dyke has to come in and has to be the savior, whereas Derrick comes in, he's experienced, man. You can throw him in the fire, and he's going to adjust a lot faster than this poor kid would, even though from the film that I see, David, dude, Van Dyke has got a gun, bro. I mean, that's a really nice arm.
Yes, definitely. And, before you get Derrick King, then some of the talk kind of had to be about, well, you saw what you have in the three quarterbacks that you had last year, Jaron Williams, N'Kosi Perry, and Tate Martell. Does this team really need Tyler Van Dyke to immediately jump in and jump these guys on the depth chart? Because you kind of almost know what you have in the other guys. But, now you have Derrick King. You're pretty certain he's going to be the starter, and he could just handle that role, barring any injuries, hopefully. And he could just take Miami through this season. It'll be a one-year stopgap, kind of. But then Tyler Van Dyke could just learn behind him. He's going to be in the system obviously he was recruited by Dan Enos here, but he's familiar with Rhett Lashley already, offensive coordinator. He spent a year at UConn and Tyler Van Dyke is from Connecticut, so they actually kind of knew each other a little bit from back then. So now Tyler Van Dyke can kind of ease into things as opposed to having the pressure of immediately challenging for the starting quarterback role.
I think that's. I mean, this helps Manny keep his job, my brother. Because if he has to win a lot and then win with a freshman quarterback, my Lord, that's just so hard to do, man. It's almost near impossible to ask somebody to do that. And with all the heat, although, I can also turn it the other way, David. It's like, well, now you got an experienced quarterback. You have actually lessened the excuses. You have no excuses now. In other words, you would have had an excuse with a young quarterback. With an experienced quarterback, now there's more pressure on Manny to win a lot more games.
Right. There will be, yeah. I mean, he can't go losing games that this team should win. And I think it kind of would have been the same way regardless because, going into last season, you looked at the schedule and you were saying, well, outside of the Florida game, you could see Miami being favored in every game. That, they brought in the transfer last year in Tay Martell, and N'Kosi Perry is a year older, and Jaron Williams could be the guy. And one of these guys should be able – there's three options. One of them should be able to lead this program, and then that didn't work out. But now, yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have any of the excuses regardless. But I think also the interesting thing is, yeah, he's going into year 2, and it used to be that you give a head coach in college at least 3 or 4 years. But we just saw up the road in Tallahassee, Willie Taggart, 1.5 years, midway into year 2, kind of 3/4 of the way, I guess, he gets let go. And it just goes to show you that when a board of trustees, when donors of a school are really clamoring for something to happen, like what happened over there, then that could really be a big influence. So Willie Taggart was gone in year 2. So it just goes to show you that, yeah, I mean, the pressure can and will be on Manny Diaz to win in year 2.
Follow him on Twitter at DavidFaronis _. Catch his work, of course, at the South Florida Sun Sentinel or get it at your doorstep. David, as always, man, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time and dropping the knowledge, baby. Appreciate it.
You're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you.
You got it. There you go, man. David Faronis, man. Good stuff there. Good dude. And it's going to be a fun year. And really, Manny... Manny had a little bit more of an out with Van Dyke. I mean, you all expect, and so do I, for him to win way more than he did last year. And he's got an easy schedule. But if you have a young quarterback, right, unless you lean to one of the guys who was already there, but if you go to Van Dyke, you kind of have a little bit of an out there because, it's a freshman. But now with Derrick King... no freshman, no nothing. This is a star. You're adding a guy that is a star in this game. So now that transition should be a lot easier. And you added supposedly one of the better or younger better young minds in offense in college football in Lashley. Less excuses. Hey man, you're Manny Diaz, my brother. It is time for you to step the freaking up. That's it. I wanted Manny to be the coach, just like a lot of you wanted Manny to be the coach. But right now, we look like we didn't know what the hell we're talking about. Right now, we can all pick on Blake James, but we're just as bad as Blake James with the Manny Diaz decision. Manny now has to prove that we were right about him. It's up to him now. It's not you. It's not me. It's not Blake James. It's up to Manny now to prove that he is the right guy to be the head coach here for the University of Miami. Hey, let me give you something. I love talking about music, right?
No, not you.
Are you a Psychedelic Furs fan?
Of course.
Of course. It's a stupid question. I've known you for 40 years. I know you are. They're coming in concert. Okay.
Anywhere near us.
Yes. Well, no, they
Revolution?
But they come a lot.
Yeah, they do.
They come a lot. So
and they hit venues that are great, intimate. It's awesome.
And you nailed it. Revolution Live. Okay. Because they either go to the Culture Room or Revolution Live. We saw them once when Grand Central was still open down in Miami.
Yes.
God, I miss Grand Central. Can somebody open up a venue like that in Dade County, please? 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 I mean, hey, I give Club Space some love. At least they're trying. They brought me Peter Murphy. They brought me, what was it? It was Peter Murphy that night, The Alarm, and Gene Loves Jezebel. And now we're going to go see Berlin, Big Country, and somebody else. It's like a third band, which is it's going to be a great concert. I can't wait for that concert. The shame is that same night is Buck Cherry at a strip club. Yeah, Buck Cherry's coming down later this month to Vixen's Gentlemen's Club. Do you know how cool that is to see Buck Cherry in a strip club? You get to hear Crazy Bitch in a strip club? That's awesome, but I'm going to go to the Berlin concert because I love Terry Nunn. I love Berlin. So I am going to go to Berlin and Big Country, and there's somebody else. Oh, Modern English. No, it's not Modern English. Modern English was with the other one. No, it was Gene Loves Jezebel, Modern English, and The Alarm. That's what that was, that other one. Anyway, and Peter Murphy was also another concert that was there. That's what it was. And now they're bringing the Berlin concert. So kudos to Space. But think about that. Buck Cherry at a strip club, that's awesome. I mean, that's great. But anyway, let me get back to this. So if you like the Psychedelic Furs, April 13th, which I'm dying to go there, they're at the Key West Theater. Has anybody been to the Key West Theater? Can you give me a scouting report? Because it sounds like it's freaking heaven to go to the Key West Theater, have a great dinner there in downtown Key West, go to the Key West Theater, and then go over to Sloppy Joe's and have some drinks and hang out. I mean, tell me, Bill, that's not a phenomenal night. That's a phenomenal night.
That sounds like a really good night.
Right, that's a freaking great night, right?
The only problem is Key West going all the way down.
So you stay overnight. Stay overnight. I mean, if you do it, you just stay overnight.
Isla Mirada's an up and back, but Key West is another animal.
Yes, Key West is another animal. You are so right about that because you can't go 75 miles an hour because you'll get 75 tickets.
They'll love you in Monroe County.
Yeah, they'll love you. You'll be living in Monroe County with all those tickets. Then the 14th, they're at Fort Lauderdale for the Revolution Live, okay? And for those of you more in the Fort Pierce area, they're at a place called the Sunrise Theater. I'm not done. Opening up, I've never seen this, and I'm interested. I know nothing about them, but I know something about one of them. I know it's kind of confusing, right? Electrodomestico is opening up. Do you know Electrodomestico? You don't. But do you know who Jane Weedlin is?
Oh, yes. Yes, I know the name. I do.
And where is she from?
It should be right there, but I know.
Weak musical knowledge.
No, I know who it is. I know. Speak.
Weak. The Go-Go's.
Huh?
The Go-Go's. She's
yes.
a guitarist for the Go-Go's.
Yes, yes.
By the way, I just want to give you guys a tip.
Is she playing Go-Go's?
No, they're playing their music. She's with a guy named Pietro Straccia. That's why they're called Electrodomestico, dummy. They wouldn't be playing Go-Go's. So anyway, they formed in 2016. I'm intrigued just to see, because remember, Jane Weedlin was part of, come on, more musical history for you. No, you know the Go-Go's, dummy. What other band was she part of? Sparks. Do you remember Sparks? No. You really don't remember Sparks? I bet you do. I bet you know the top song from Sparks. There was a video. Places to go, whatever, we're going places. Or what. I know you've seen the video, bro. Well, back in the MTV days.
I'm good with that, but and it was in this movie and blah, blah, blah. But knowing this name was this person, unless it's the headliner when you were big, any kind of secondary, that's nice.
Sparks. What was Sparks?
Sparks Up?
No, it was just Spark. Well, Spark Up is a whole different thing to do. But I wanna go. Cool places with you. I wanna go. There it is. Here it is. Yeah, I wanna go. You remember that? There was a video to it.
It has a very go-go. It had its airtime on MTV.
Yeah, on MTV. Cool places.
But it's got a very go-go-y tempo and beat.
Well, I wouldn't. It was a little bit more electronic than anything else. But they're opening up for the Furs. Now, I also want to give you a heads up on Jane Weedland. You know, Jane Weedland is in her, I don't know, I want to say mid-50s by now, right? Because if I'm 53, she has to be somewhere.
Maybe late.
A little old. Not too much older.
Late 50s, early. Yeah, because think, we were in high school when the Go-Go's hit. She had to be in her 20s.
Right.
So she's got to be at least 5 to 10 years older. So she's got to be late 50s, early 60s.
All right. I follow her on Instagram. And I don't know if you know, but she maintains herself in amazing freaking shape. When I tell you amazing, I mean absolutely amazing. She tweeted out a picture of her in a what's that called? What's that thing that you hang from a tree from one side to another and you lie in it? What's that called?
It's called a hammock.
Hammock. That's it. She was in a hammock, bro. And I'm telling you, it'll blow you away. I'm trying to find the picture now of it in her
like
Instagram.
Christy Brinkley.
She blows
shows no age.
She blows Christy Brinkley's body away by miles and miles and miles.
No, what I'm talking about is
I know what you're saying.
And they look and maintain, and it's like,
no, you're right.
A 30-year-old guy would love to go out with that 60-year-old.
You're right, but what I'm trying to tell you is her body is like super rock solid. Okay, like you watch Christy Brinkley's body, it looks great.
So she's doing all these ab crunchers.
Yes,
doing stairs for her
J-Lo,
butt and the whole, yeah.
She's like J-Lo, in a way. And if you watch her, and if you ever see her on stage and you'll notice that she's the one that still has, out of that group, a, smoking hot body. And I can't find the damn picture now. I know I saved it, actually, on my phone. Because, I tweeted it out, I think. I had to give her credit because it was just anybody, as you get older, here's one thing. I appreciate women who, if you look great older, I appreciate you even more than younger women. Like, if you're young and you look hot, okay, it's great, but I'm not that impressed. You're young. You're supposed to look good.
You should look.
You're supposed to look good. But when you're her age and because when you get to that age, you know how hard it is to maintain and do all that stuff. And I'm trying to search for it as I'm talking to you, but it's a picture that will absolutely blow you away when you see what kind of shape she's in. But it's there somewhere in her Instagram or Twitter or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to find it for you, but I can't. I wish I could. But anyway.
So she's been able to maintain, and she's still a hottie patati.
She's a total hottie batati, whatever you wanted to call her there. She is completely hottie batati.
Well, that's the old 80s reference.
Is that what it was called?
We're just going back in time.
I'm too old to remember.
Because we're back in time.
I'm too old to remember it. All I can tell you is smoking. Anyway, let's take a break. Top of the hour. Quick break. We do want to remind you that the program is brought to you by Choice Mortgage Bank. Call Michael Codsey, the owner, right now. State rates under 3.5%. Here's the owner's personal cell number, and it's 561-441-2730. That's 561-441-2730 for Choice Mortgage Bank.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty.
This is the Big O Show.
We are back. Welcome back. We take you till, right after Michelle Kaufman joins us at 2:30. We're at 2 o'clock for her weekly Inter-Miami report. Can't wait for that, man. Can't wait for it. Looking forward to it. Although I still can't find that Jane Weedland photo for you guys. I tell you, that's one that you would be very impressed if I showed you that photo. Okay? Anyway, 786-322-1105 on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. at 786-322-1105. Don't forget to give us the thumbs up while you're watching the broadcast. Thumbs up all the freaking time, okay? Let me see. Oh, there we go. How about O'Shea? O'Shea Morris is always listening, always watching, huge supporter of the show, texting, tweeting. We love you, O'Shea. I have to meet your ass, bro, one day, all right? You gotta show up one day to one of our events, all right? Jane Weedland, naked. That woman is, I don't know, again, I don't know what her age is. I have to look it up. There you go. Okay? See those legs?
That's exactly where
See those legs? I got to give her props, dude. Like monster props.
She's easily late 50s, early 60s.
Yes.
Easily.
She's got it.
Because they hit in what, 84, 83?
I think she's in her 60s, man. Now that I think about it, because if I'm 53, she's
Well, look, you just do the math. Like, we were in high school, and they were famous. She had to be 18, 20, 22, 23.
She's 61.
There you go. Like I said.
60. She just tweeted that April 1st of 2019. There it says the post and everything. You can, on social media, it's going to come out when you posted it. Okay? So she's 60 at that point when she tweets that out.
60-year-olds you'd like to hook up with.
Yes. May 20, April. So that she was 60 a month before she turned 61 when she put that picture out. Smoking legs, dude. I mean, like, wow. I was like, holy crap, dude.
Grandmas you'd want to hook up with?
Yeah,
This is crazy.
Definitely that's a gilf. Oh, no doubt it's a gilf. For sure. But props, because...
You've even got the terminology down, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course. But listen, anybody that's older has more appreciation for it because you know how hard she had to work to look like that. You know what I'm saying? How many times are going to catch this thing? I got better hands than Sammy Smith.
Yeah, she ain't making many trips at Krispy Kreme.
No, she's not. Not at all, which is a shame because Krispy Kreme is a great place to go, man. 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. I will say this. There's a funny story going around in sports. The Knicks, they fired Steve Mills, as you guys know, yesterday, right? And now they want to get Masai Ujiri, the president of basketball operations for the Toronto Raptors. You know, the guy that traded DeRozan for some guy named Kawhi and brought a title to Toronto, to the country of Canada. Think about that. Their hockey teams aren't winning championships. Their basketball team won a championship. Their baseball team isn't winning a championship right now at this point. Cito Gaston and company are not coming back, and Paul Molitor and the boys. So this is one of those that I love the delusional. You know what I'm saying? I love the delusional. How delusional can you be in New York if you're a Knicks fan? You have got... There's no way, right? You Knicks fans out there, you're not that stupid, right? You're not actually talking to your friends like we're going to get Masai Ujiri, right? Are you guys done with that already? Because I'm kind of tired of hearing moronic New Yorkers, okay, because they're obviously not very smart at times, and they talk about their Knicks like everybody's coming to play for them and nobody does. I mean, I would imagine that story already, you Knicks fans out there, you're done doing that, right? By now, you've got to be done, right? Because you've looked like a real horse's ass for years thinking, because, we always hear these New Yorkers, right? Well, everybody wants to play in the Mecca. Everybody will want to go there. Nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to play for that clown. And when you get somebody to play there, it's because you're the only one willing to pay him that kind of money. Like when you signed Noah, you gave him a stupid contract because nobody would give that guy with shot knees that kind of a deal. You know what I'm saying?
Kevin Durant went down the street.
Yeah, of course. None of these guys, Kyrie, Kevin, none of them were going to sign with the Knicks. They'll give you a little interview. They'll use you as leverage, but they're not going there. Why would Masai Ujiri go? Again, this is Tom Brady. You're playing for Bob Kraft. You're going to go play for Mark Davis? You're going to go play for Dean Spanos? Come on. There's no way that happens. You're Masai Ujiri. You are a god in Canada. Not just Toronto. You are a god in Canada. Your team right now, I wrote it down, they're 36-14. They're number 2 in the conference. You're going to go to the worst franchise in the NBA with one of the worst owners in the history of the NBA. Not just the worst owner maybe in basketball right now. No. James Dolan is one of the worst owners in the history of pro sports, not just basketball. If you were talking about the 10 worst owners in all of pro sports in the history of American sports, I guarantee you that James Dolan is in that list. So why would Masai Ujiri, who's working for a great organization, has built a great organization, a very respected organization, because we don't respect the Knicks. We laugh at the Knicks. Okay? Knicks fans, you're a punchline. Your team is a punchline. Your owner is the joke. So why would you want to work for a joke? That's what I don't understand. Why would these stories get printed? Oh, Tom Brady, the Dolphins, it's picking up heat. Really, dude? You're actually going to print that. I mean, the second that story came out, I just had to laugh at it and rip everybody. Because there's no way that's going to happen. Why would Tom Brady at the end of his career come to a rebuild? Even the owner comes out after and says, Tom Brady, the Dolphins? Why? He's a great quarterback. He's the best of all time. But why is he going to come here? We're rebuilding. Even Stephen Ross, at 80 years old, I know he's not 80 or he's close to it, whatever. He knows exactly what he's developing on his team. And they have no shot at winning this year. And he knows it. You do realize that by Stephen Ross saying, why would he come here? We're rebuilding. Even Stephen Ross knows that this year is not bringing anything. I love that he has the right attitude about this, man. Considering how old he is, I think it's fantastic that Stephen Ross is totally in tune, because we just talked about James Dolan meddling. Jeffrey Loria meddling. All these guys that meddle. Look at the Browns. They're a mess. You thought they were on the right track, and there you go again, and this guy screws it all up again. It's when you have these kind of owners, you're never getting anywhere with these kind of guys. They can't shut up. They can't stop getting in the way. And Masai Ujiri knows that. Why would he want to go there? Now we have some idiot Knicks fans. They'll give him total control. He'll love it there in the Mecca. Please.
Is it kind of irresponsible and shows a lack of intelligence the writers think of their readers to be able to try to put this out there and have it stick?
Well, no, because they're just as dumb getting the story and believing it.
Are they? So basically, the writers think that their readers are not very intelligent and they'll buy whatever we sell them.
Listen, if any reporter's saying or writing that everybody wants to play in New York and all that, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. And then if so, and there are writers that still think that. They're just morons at this point because the proof is in the pudding. That
Just go take a look at the last 17, 20 years.
Nobody wants to go to New York and play for the Knicks at all. It's not a desirable place in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I could argue it's more cancerous to play there than actually, a good thing because of all the media there. And you're set up for failure, so they're going to rip you. And you're going to get extra ripped because there's way more media there. And all they have is frustrations, and all they have is losing for 20 years, and all they have is that they're a joke. Again, I go back to Knicks fans that show up at the Garden. That show up at the Garden. You're idiots. That's all. You're an idiot for paying James Dolan money to suffer. You're masochistic. I would imagine that most Knicks fans that have season tickets have some kind of a, dungeon in every one of their houses. Right? They've got to be into chains and whips. There has to be. Every masochistic person in the state and city of New York, they must be the ones that are season ticket holders. And then when they get home, they get tied up and whipped and whatever they have there.
Bondage parties.
All that stuff. It has to be. There's no way that you can be a Knicks fan and be normal. And if you're paying for it, then obviously you love to be, you love pain being inflicted on you. So it's just one of those where it's hilarious to me. It really is. It's freaking hilarious that this whole attitude, and people are writing about this. If you're writing that the Knicks won Masai Ujiri, you should be responsible in writing this. Hey, we hear that the Knicks really want Masai Ujiri, but let's be honest. They have no shot at Masai Ujiri, and why would he come here? Boom, 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 boom. What I just did. The endless amount of examples that the Knicks are losers and that the Knicks are a joke and that nobody should ever want to play for that team. That unless you're a scrub, unless you're a bum trying to steal money, then yeah, you go there. But if you're a legitimate player that wants to win, there is no way you go to the New York Knicks. No way. That's all. Masai Ujiri to the New York Knicks. Are you out of your freaking mind? Okay. Thanks, Big O. My oldest brother was death watching him go. His life death brutal. Oh, he also lost his hearing. Oh man, that's terrible. That's terrible. It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that, Ty. Yeah, living with that has got to be tough, man. Mike Pellegrino says, obviously Manny Diaz stinks. Well, Manny Diaz will get to prove he stinks, or he might be decent this year. This will be the nail in the coffin one way or the other. Jason Miller says, good morning from SoCal. Well, thank you, Jason. Appreciate you chiming in on the program. Remember, all of you out there watching, to give us a thumbs up on the broadcast. So every time you're watching, give us a thumbs up on the broadcast. Plenty of love out there, and we thank you because it grows every day. Yes?
I got to think that in the course of your life, if you were to lose your sight or lose your hearing,
oh my God,
it has to be tougher because you haven't had to adapt from day one. On top of the fact, you know what it is to have it and have lost it.
Yep.
And to try to cope, that it's probably easier to not have it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Andrea Bocelli.
Oh.
He lost it at I think 12. I want to say he got the illness, and he lost his sight. And he's lived, and he knew what it was, a long time ago. And then he overcame it, and obviously he's one of the greatest opera singers on the freaking planet. One of the highest paid and everything. I mean, obviously he lives a great life, but I'm sure he would give all of it back to have that site. And you're right that when you
by no
have
means
it,
are we saying it's easy either way.
Oh no, it's brutal. It's got to be
probably
slightly harder
to
when
have
it's
had it and lost.
Yeah, of course. It's like love. If you never had love, you don't know what it is.
Right.
And the day you do have a love and you lose that love, then you know what it's like to be without it.
Perfect
so, yes,
analogy.
It's the same thing. It's just one. Hey, that's what we were talking about with Huey Lewis, man. It's just so brutal to have to go through that. And for those of you just tuning in, because Huey Lewis lost his hearing, and so he's kind of fighting to try to get it back. NorCal says Cali Kings worldwide doll fan clubs. Oh, okay. That's Jason is from the. Oh, okay. I got you now.
Yeah, man. We talked to Jason. He was one of our.
That's right.
He was probably one of our first presidents that we had on the show.
Yes. You're right.
If I remember, he drives oil. I think
oil tanker.
Yes, if I remember correctly, he's a driver, but I want to say oil tankers.
Now I'm trying to remember. I forgot. But Jason, as always, thank you, sir. Appreciate you keeping it locked here on the program, and all of you that are downloading the show in record numbers every single month.
Watch this. He's the one that wasn't able to come to the Jet get together that week,
right?
Because his wife's a Pittsburgh fan, and they went to the Monday Night Football game.
That's right. That's a good memory. Now I remember the story. Now that you're saying it, I now remember the story. You're right about that. Oh, man. You talk every day to so many people, it all just intertwines sometimes. I will admit that happens to me a lot. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, Jason delivers fuel and fun for Finns fans. There you go. That's NorCal chiming in on that one there. All right. Let's see. We are here at the bottom of the hour. Let's do this. Before I get into anything else, let me tell you about Toyota of Hollywood. We'll be there tomorrow, 1841 North State Road 7. If you happen to be in the Hollywood area, we'll be there from 11 to 3, hanging out, having some fun, doing our show. So come on by and join us. We would love to have you on the come by and say hi. We're getting more and more listeners as the weeks go on and come by and say hi, and that's really cool. So those of you that are getting used to it, that were there on Thursdays, and I guess you must live or work in that area. So if you happen to be in the Hollywood area, come on by Toyota of Hollywood. They've got a lot of free parking right there in front of the main entrance. So you can come on by. Hey, you want to have lunch? They've got a pizza place and a Subway's there. So if you want to just come on by during your lunch hour and say hi and have some lunch, we'd love to meet you. And, of course, you can get a great deal on an automobile. They'll make your payments until 2021. They've got programs like 0% financing for 72 months. Join us tomorrow, man. They're open every day till midnight. Over 400,000 square feet, over 1,500 cars and trucks, which is a great selection. And you do it all at 1841 North State Road 7. It's Toyota of Hollywood.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Codsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Codsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All right, welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 2-something. It'll be after probably the Inter-Miami report. Maybe we do a little bit more after that, not much more after that, but we got some other stuff that we'll talk about at 2 o'clock. We will talk to Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald. Today is the day they unveil the Inter-Miami kits. So we are awaiting them to unveil the new kits, and we get to see the new kits out there. You don't get to buy them yet. Caneswear has them, by the way, which is really cool. So we will find out. And I think Caneswear will have them, I want to say, the 3rd week of this month. Okay? So looking forward to it, man. Cannot wait. We are, 30-something days away from the start of the Inter-Miami season. That's going to be freaking awesome to get a start for the we are 38 days away. There you go. What else do we have here? Fresh 3542 says Miami Hurricanes signing day. Coach talk 1 p.m. Miami Hurricanes, XFL. Well, we already talked Miami Hurricanes, my brother. So at tomorrow's signing day, you can go back and listen to our segment with David Furonis, and it'll be posted soon. And what is it posted?
The only thing I'll add about the Canes,
yeah,
we are ranked number 5 to number 8, 9, 10 in all the major baseball prognostications for preseason for the baseball team.
Okay, we weren't talking baseball.
Well, no, I'm just saying Canes.
Okay.
We're talking Canes.
Yeah.
If you're a Cane, you're a Cane. You got 3 sports.
Yeah, I get it.
And yes, the baseball team, Damari, has us back to our usual standard top 10 ranking preseason. Okay?
Right.
You know that we were slipping there for a while.
Oh, they were slipping. They were falling. They can't get up.
Yeah, we couldn't get up.
They're slipping. They're falling. They can't get up.
Nope, but this year, yes, we're back. And actually, the ACC Network supposedly is going to be showing either all of our games or the ACC Network Extra. You can watch all the Canes games.
And one more thing. We will be Saturday, Bill and myself and staff will be out at Marlins Fan Fest. And we'll be out at the Plaza, and we'll be broadcasting in the afternoon from 3 to 7. I don't know if we'll go to 7, but, and we'll have 4 players, and we don't know yet. It'll either be Mattingly or Hill will be joining us on the show. So we'll have 4 players and either the manager or the general manager joining us on the program. So for those of you that like baseball, I know the Marlins, are kind of low on the totem pole right now. They got to find a way to climb and keep some players and get some winning going and get that buzz going. But we will, hey, we talk about everything on this show. Okay? This is a sports show. All right? Yeah, I talk music and pop culture and we'll have some fun with all that other stuff, but we're a hardcore sports show. So we're going to talk hockey, like we'll talk baseball and we'll talk soccer. It's not just going to be, football, basketball as the main sports that we're always talking about. We're going to talk about all the other sports that we've got going on, man. Gambling, you name it. It's a hardcore sports show. That's the way we carry ourselves, So that you will get here, and you'll even get a little baseball. Hell, even before this, we were bringing on Andre, and we had a couple of Marlins segments. I gave the Marlins a little love. I got no problem with that. You know what? And let me tell you something. Let me commend these Marlins. Do you know why? And I've told this story before. Loria and company they were morons. They didn't get it. You're not high on the totem pole here. People don't follow the Marlins like they follow the Dolphins and the Canes and the Heat. Okay? All right? That we know that there's a follow. Hell, Canes basketball has more of a following. Okay? I believe Inter Miami will end up having more of a following than the Marlins if they don't get it going. Okay? But when Laurie and company were in charge, I left QAM and went to 640 Sports. Okay? And the first week I'm there, I'm at a Yankee station because 640 airs the Yankee games. And I called Matt Robach, who was the head of PR for the Marlins, probably the worst PR director in the history of pro sports. This guy had a crap-ass attitude, didn't care about the media, didn't care about promoting his team. That's because it came from the top also with Loria. So he inherited that attitude. The entire team was like a big F you to everybody. So these Marlins, this is a new group, Jeter and company, and I'll give Jeter credit in this sense. He's said it many times. Hey, I understand. We got to prove ourselves. So he knows that he understands they're really low on the totem pole. And so this long process of rebuilding, of getting rid of the bad salaries, loading up the minors and all that. So I get it that, look, man, I understand the game. I'm not born yesterday. I'm not stupid. I know what they're at least trying to lay of the foundation right now. But obviously it's down the line. You have to re-sign these guys. Once the good ones start coming through your minors and then guys prove on the major league level that they're really good, then that's when you start proving to people that you're winning when you sign those guys. And they're well aware of it, which is cool. That's fine. So we reach out to them about FanFest. I guarantee you if Loria was in charge, we would never be at FanFest because they wouldn't care. Yesterday, we're there, and they could not have been more nice, more receptive. By the way, you know, we're the only sports show that's there. There's going to be a couple of others, like a couple
exclusively us.
Right, like 790 and 560 are not there. Like the so-called sports stations aren't there. Okay? 940's there. That's their flagship, but that's not a sports station. That's a brokered station that airs syndicated sports. They're not a real sports station. I was asking, I asked them, hey, you guys committed to sports? And committed to local talk? And they were like, no, not really. It's the seventh station in the cluster, and we kind of treat it that way. And when I asked them about, doing a show there, they're like, well, will you pay for your own producer? I'm like, what? Okay, you're Mickey Mouse. You guys aren't interested in actually doing real radio. Like, this business is terrible. I'm just telling you, it's gotten worse and worse. Kids, don't get into radio. Whatever you do, don't get into radio. Okay? It's not worth it. Trust me. Okay? All right? I mean, I survived because I got a lot more clout than most people, but outside of that, it's a terrible, terrible business. Terrible people involved all over. So, Laurie and company, I'm at 640, and I say, I'm on a Yankee station. I don't want to talk Yankees. I'd love for you to, let's work together. Bring me some Marlins players. Let's get some Marlins on. Let's promote the Marlins. Nah, you're on that Yankee station. We choose not to promote our team on that station. Do you know how stupid that is? Do you know how close-minded that is? If you were smart, that you had an ally at a station that airs another team in another league in your market, but you have an opportunity of airing your players on there to promote your game, and you can get people to your stadium, and you don't do it. You know how stupid that is? These Marlins, they get it. Hey, man, we're there to promote you, promote the Marlins, talk a little baseball. Not a lot of people get to talk baseball. Not a lot of baseball fans get to hear baseball. So we'll do a little bit of that. And you know what they were? Open arms. Come on down. We'll take care of you. We're going to do shows during the season over there. They invited us to go during the season, before games, in the concourse area, all that stuff. We'll do it. I got no problem with that. I love baseball. I want them to succeed, but it's up to them. They've got to pay people. They've got to keep players. It is what it is. You know what I really wish? I really wish that they would inherit the football model and have a hard cap and put everybody on an even level playing field. That would be fan-freaking-tastic. Because then it's really up to your skill of picking players and developing and all that other stuff. That's the beauty of football. It puts everybody on an even level playing field. You have to be really good at coaching and developing and all that other stuff. That's it. But kudos to the Marlins, man. They were fantastic yesterday. I love the fact that they're receptive and they understand. Oh, what has a shorter shelf life? A box of Velveeta cheese left over from the Super Bowl, Gase as Jets coach, Antonio Brown staying out of jail, or the turnover chain? Wow. Shorter shelf life.
Antonio Brown staying out of jail.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, this was his first time going to jail. He hasn't gone to jail a lot yet. I say yet.
Give him a chance, man.
I got to give him a chance. That's a good one. That's a good one, Dougie Fresh. What has a shorter shelf life? I got to pick one. I don't want to be a fence straddler. I am going to go with Gase as Jets coach because I think eventually they'll get smart and fire him at the end of this season. I hope not. I hope he wins like 8 games and they tease and, hey, we're getting better, and then they keep him. Then they win 4 after the following year. One guy says, we got a new commit. Yeah, those commits, the safety that was supposed to go to the Gators. Really? He committed? Not bad. Did they really get that kid? What was that kid's name? The safety. I wrote it there. Where's his ass? Avante Williams, Gators or UM. So that's good. They got that guy. Now, I don't know if he's any good. See, that's the thing about Fresh 3542. I don't get excited because they got some recruit. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know anything about these guys. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're going to do here. They had a bunch of guys transfer last year. Most of them sucked. So that none of this ever means anything to me until I see you get on the field and actually do something. It's nice that they got the kid, but it's not something I get excited about. And grown men should not get excited about recruits. Fresh, the new insider. Fresh is the new insider. There you go. So I guess Avante Williams. Well, that's what he says. I don't know yet. I'd have to look it up here to make sure. Manny Navarro tweets out 13 minutes ago, surprise pickup for the Canes, at least to me. Miami lands Avante Williams, 4-star safety today over Florida. There you go. Again.
Look, whether the kid's good or bad or
means
indifferent,
nothing.
We took something away from Florida that was looking at both of us.
And it may suck.
Yeah, but
it
still
suck.
makes us look good. Look at what Florida's doing compared to what we did. Yeah. They're on a greater ascension and plane than we are. They ended up in the top 10 and stuff. To get a kid to say, I'm not going to you when they're coming to us.
Means nothing.
It shows that there is an interest still in us.
Or
we were able to do something.
Or the Gators are loaded on defense. It's going to be a lot harder for me to get playing time. The Canes.
That's probably the
Canes
fact.
Need
That's
it.
the fact.
Well, okay, so then it's not that you're really stealing. It's just that he's getting selfishly. He's doing what's best for him and playing time.
They
and
picked us over the Gators. It's a win for the Canes.
If he's good.
If right now it's a win. I'm going to take it as a win. The kid picked us.
I don't know. I don't know who the hell he is. I have no idea.
I'll say this. Look at what Florida's done for their recruiting and what they brought there and how they've improved. The kid was being recruited by them.
They've had a good defense for several years now,
Yes.
even through bad
That's
coaches.
what I'm saying. It shows if if they were interested in the kid probably has a little something.
Maybe.
The fact that he picked us, it's a win right now today for the Canes.
Yeah.
It's a win for us.
It's
Got a feather in your cap, buddy.
I can't look at it that way until I actually see him play.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about today.
There's too many 4 and 5 stars. All right, you were all happy about Ja'Cory Harris, right? Not Ja'Cory. Well, that too. We were the whole Northwestern thing was supposed to turn it around. What was it? The N'Kosi Perry. Oh, he's Teddy Bridgewater with athleticism. How did that work out? You know what I'm saying?
The biggest bust of all time, Jamie German, 45 yards.
Whatever.
Returning.
Willie Williams was bigger.
Nothing.
Willie Williams was way bigger. He was the number 1 recruit in the country.
Okay.
The number 1 recruit in the country.
And did nothing.
Okay. Dan Kendra went to Florida State and did nothing. Ended up becoming a fullback. All right. So I'm just, I don't get excited about 4 and 5 stars. They do nothing for me whatsoever. All right? Like I said, if you're a grown man and you're getting excited about recruits, you need a life. That's all. This means nothing to me, bro.
My only point is we out-recruited Florida. They picked us
and
over
you might
them.
have
That's
out-recruited him for a bum. I don't know until I see him actually play. Jaron Williams also had all
Can't
kinds
you
of
just
hype.
feel good for the day, brother?
No, bro, because it's not a matter of feeling good or feeling bad. I feel neutral. It does nothing for me. It doesn't depress me. It doesn't excite me. It means nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Because I can just go ahead and point at all kinds of 4 and 5 stars that are utter failures.
Oh, there's more of those than successes.
Okay, so then that's why I'm not going to get excited about a guy until I actually see him on the field and ball out. Trajan Bandy never lived up to any hype. None. Okay? I don't have to go back 5, 10, 20, 30 years and talk about those. I can talk about recent ones. Plenty of kids that are absolute failures. And we all get excited because, we got this 4 or 5 star guy, and he's going to be awesome. Doesn't mean anything, man.
The worst failure is probably all the Northwest kids, and we achieved nothing.
Right. Spence was the only guy that was worth it out of that entire group. That was
one out of what, the 6?
Yeah, 6 or 7 of them that were. I mean, it was just so mediocre. They had some cool names. I will give them that.
I can remember us watching them play the school from
that's
Texas for number 1, number 2 in the nation, and being all excited. These kids are coming. Yeah, nothing.
That's why it's moronic to get excited about recruits. We were all excited about that whole Northwestern class, and that Northwestern class was an utter failure. Okay?
I'm not going to get excited about that. I'm just excited that this kid picked us over the Gators. Yay.
You're falling for it again. You're falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
It's just we got overpicked by the Gators. Overpicked over the Gators. Yeah, I like that. Every day we better the Gators is great. Unless it's, of course, underwater basket weaving.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
New chairs.
We have furniture.
New chairs in the studio. We got our own studio.
We have furniture.
We're starting to, add some stuff to our
moving up in the world.
Yeah, we're gonna start moving in and creating our own studio. So there you go. Anybody want to help us out with construction? All right, you want to volunteer construction and help us out?
Build a wall.
Build a couple walls, that kind of stuff. Anybody want to help us out and creating
paper? They're called
creating
paper.
something that's going to dominate airwaves. Okay, that's all I can tell you at the moment. At the moment, what we're going to do:
drywall, stucco,
yes,
plastering,
a little bit of that. We need all that.
Carpentry.
Yep, all that. So anybody got some skills that want to volunteer and help us in, we can definitely use that. Dan Lohr says the question is that can these new UM recruits play? Will they be good football players? That's the whole thing, dude. That's why you don't get excited about recruits.
Do we have the coaches to develop the kids? That's
those are things that we're going to find out very soon. Speaking of the University of Miami, you see Greg Olsen is still wanting to play, and he's hoping Seattle calls. He's met with a couple of teams, and
why would he want to go to Seattle? Seattle, Jimmy Graham, remember, their tight end is not the receiving type tight end. He's more of just the blocker guy. Once in a while go out for a pattern, you know what I mean?
Well,
that's why Jimmy didn't work out there really, didn't fit the scheme.
Here's what bothers me about it. Greg Olsen is one of the real good dudes in the league, like a great human being.
Right.
I mean, like a phenomenal person, right? He's got a great family, all that stuff. He's made plenty of money already at this point. What I don't understand is, knowing what you know about all this, is why does he keep playing when he has a brutal injury history?
And he's got it. And TV people want him. You know what I mean? It isn't like he doesn't have a career waiting for him, right?
Let me go over this, okay? All right? This starts from 2004. Suffers a wrist fracture against UNC, misses the following game. This all the way, Olsen re-injures his fractured wrist, missed the final 2 games, including the bowl game. October 14th of 06, Olsen suffers a concussion against FIU. October 15th, misses the next game at Duke. Olsen was injured in the final preseason game against the Browns with a sprained knee, forced to miss weeks 1 and 2. August 12th of 09, Olsen misses some practice time in the first preseason game with minor hip injury. 2011, October 16th, Olsen suffers a turf toe injury, but didn't miss games because of it. January 1st of 2012, Olsen misses second half of regular season finale, suffering a concussion. It's 2 concussions already. Olsen injures his left foot on October 6th of 2013 and ankle during a Week 5 matchup, but played through it. He put up poor stats in Week 6 through 8, but seemed to be fully recovered by Week 9. 14 of August 14, Olsen misses a bit of preseason time, getting kicked in the calf. October 5th of 2014, Olsen suffers an ankle sprain but returned to the game and continued to play through it. December 20th of 2014, Olsen suffers a minor knee strain, wasn't forced to miss any time as a result. December 13th of 2015, Olsen hurts his knee, misses second half. He returns the following week. The 19th of December in 16, Olsen played with a huge brace on his right elbow after hurting it in the week before. He missed no significant games. The 17th of September in 2017, he suffers a right foot fracture in Week 2 against Buffalo, had surgery, landed on the IR, but was designated to return when eligible late in November. So he comes back in late November. Olsen experiences soreness in his repaired right foot, and his first game back, short-term IR, misses the next game, but suffers no structural damage. September 9 of 2018, Olsen fractures his right foot in the first quarter against the Cowboys, misses 3 games surrounding a Week 4 bye, but returned. December 2nd of 2018, Olsen ruptures the plantar fasciitis in his right foot and misses the season's final 4 games. Serious foot injuries down the stretch. Why are you going to play, dude? You have made all this money already. Your body is clearly all beaten up. Your feet are just constantly breaking down the last couple of years with several injuries. I'm just like, I don't want to see him suffer, man. I just don't want to see him go through another serious injury that is surely coming, because that's
what he does.
It's been a history
and
for him.
You know what? He does have TV people that are interested in him.
Oh, he's charismatic. He's good looking. He's a smart guy.
They had him on the stage for the Super Bowl. He was involved.
I mean, Greg Olsen is like,
man.
Greg Olsen is a complete human package. You know what I'm saying? I just think that he's a guy that has so much more left in his world that
it's time to move on, man.
Yeah,
you
man.
Paid your dues.
Any more concussions, you're putting yourself at risk for other things that you may not then be able to do. Some of the other things that you're now going to be able to do, analyzing and all that other stuff. I just For me, if I just want to see.
Did you see the report about supposedly the
retire, man?
Them separation with the Panthers wasn't all
no,
amicable?
Yeah, it wasn't. Of course, it wasn't.
They always say that.
And the Panthers had to part ways with him because he's breaking down consistently now.
Yeah,
down the stretch.
When he plays,
he's got all those lower leg injuries. He's a hell of a player.
When he's good to go,
hell
the guy
of a player.
will give you some numbers, man, and win the game for you, maybe.
Yeah, hell of a player.
The problem is when you only play 8 of 16, that's not enough.
Yeah, I don't want him to play, man. That's all. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We'll take a break. We'll get ready for hour number 3 of the program. I got a bunch of things that I want to talk about. We got to talk Inter Miami is going to reveal their jerseys. We'll talk with Michelle Kaufman about that at 2 o'clock. I want to talk about Conor McGregor and somebody dissing McGregor. I got to get into a situation where an athlete and an entertainer are, I guess, sharing some disturbing insight in their lives. J-Lo and Shakira got a note on that. I want to talk a little basketball, too, about Adebayo and Nunn. I got some stuff I want to talk about with them. I got some music news that I want to get into. What a shocker, right? I got something music-wise I want to talk about. Another thing that involves Ryan Tannehill. So we'll get into that also on the program. We've got a bunch of things that I want to get to. And we will start on the other side of the hour right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorocktillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorocktillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
We are back. Don't forget to give us the thumbs up while you're watching. And, of course, you can always reach out to us whenever you're downloading the show on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Dougie Fresh goes, are you serious about getting your listeners who can help organize to help out? I am in. Is this going to be called Habitat for Calamity? I don't know about Habitat for Calamity, but we could call it Habitat for Broadcast is what we could call it for, okay? Hey, we're not rich, man. If we can cut corners to kind of build what we need, give you guys what you need, like real sports radio, you know what I'm saying? Okay? Not just us. Just telling you. So, we're not built, and we're not, it's not going to be just one show. That's all I'm telling you. So, yeah. We do, no, seriously. If there's anybody out there that wants to volunteer and help us in all different areas of construction, okay? If you have that wherewithal that you can help us, then yes, we would love it. I got no problem with that. That would be fantastic for you to be a part of it because, hey, listen, I want to get to the point where we're going to add phones to that studio, all that stuff. So when we're in studio, we're taking calls. And then when we're at Craig's Inaccurate, we're at, whatever, we have somebody in studio that will then take those phone calls and give it to us while we're on the road. So we're trying to set all of that up. So none of it is easy. It all takes money, unfortunately. But if we can cut some corners to get there, yes. And yes, I am asking for the public's help in all of this because this is going to be our show and maybe others all about, you guys out there. So you can get real radio, man, because I know you're not getting it. You know what I mean? You got a company that has completely destroyed local radio down here. And there's more stuff to come locally that's going to happen that I know about, but, it's just slowly but surely it's going to happen. I've already told people about what happened now months ago. Big O, is it too late to sign up for that Vegas trip? No, just go to our Twitter page, go to Tommy Rockers, and the link is there. You can contact Tommy and tell him what days you want to be there. How much is, you got to give him your full name, your contact info, the number of people in your party, and then are you going to be there only for Thursday or Thursday and Friday or Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, or only Saturday, whatever days you're going to attend with your party at our draft party. You can tell Tommy Rockers. First come, first serve. So get your names on that list so you can get in. You're not reserving your specific table because in Vegas they don't allow that in gaming. In gaming establishments, they don't allow you to reserve a table. So what Tommy's doing is allowing you to get in line. So that way you're first come, first serve. So you walk in there and you can then pick your table. But you will have first dibs at it, is what they say, if you get your name in there. So that's what it's all about. I think NorCal said, Big O, we will figure out a way to help you. Vegas draft weekend. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, it's hard for you guys, and I appreciate it, and I love you, NorCal, out there, but you guys are out west, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like Dougie Fresh. He's in Pensacola, it's hard for you all to help us out there because you're not here physically to do the work with us, you know what I'm saying? So, but I appreciate it immensely how you guys are all willing to help us out. But, yeah, we were actually at the studios yesterday kind of trying to figure out where we're going to put the live studio, the production studio, the podcast room, all that stuff. And obviously it's exciting. It's exciting because we're growing really in leaps and bounds. Where I thought it was going to be like, I never even thought we would do a studio. Never. I thought we would do it right here from my home studio or on the road like we are doing it in different places. That was my vision. That's it. It ended right there. I didn't think we would do anything else. But now we see the response, and now we're going to take it to a completely different stratosphere. So, yeah, get ready. Get ready. We got a lot of stuff brewing, man. A lot of stuff brewing. Hey, did you hear about Romo and Jessica Simpson?
Yeah, I saw something about that.
So, when they were going out and they had the Cancun weekend and all that other stuff, and then they broke up. And nobody really knew why they broke up. Tony never really talked about it. Jessica never really talked about it. So, TMZ kind of put out a story because Jessica Simpson finally kind of broke her silence about what happened with her and Tony Romo. So Simpson claims Tony Romo broke up with her back in 2009 because he thought she was cheating on him with John Mayer. So Simpson spells out the whole thing in her new book called Open Book, which she finally breaks her silence on the demise of her 2-year relationship with the former Cowboy. Long story short, Simpson claims she ran into Mayer at her parents' house and didn't tell Romo, but eventually found out through an email from John to Jess. Tony accused me of seeing John behind his back. I hadn't cheated on Tony at all, but I could not lie and say I had not ever seen him, Simpson said. Jessica told Tony nothing happened, but Romo didn't buy her story, well, because John Mayer. John's known as a major player. Like, he's banged everything in sight, okay? Half of Hollywood has banged John Mayer. Seriously. Tony didn't believe that for a second, and within that second, he broke up with me right there. 2 years, gone with an email. Simpson says she knew Romo wouldn't blab to the media about the real reason for the split because it would imply that he wasn't enough for me. Jessica says eventually Tony soon realized I was telling the truth. Of course, I didn't cheat on him. But our breakup had been so ugly that it shocked me into realizing it had been necessary. As for Mayer, Jessica claims the musician made a full court press to put a ring on it. Okay? John had said all these things, practically asking my parents for my hand in marriage while I was in a serious relationship, swearing to me up and down that he was a changed man. Now here I was, ready to pledge my love back and to kiss him as the curtain came down and it fell on my head. All this time, all those years, he was breaking up with me to torture himself enough to get good material. In other words, Jessica was convinced John was just wanted to be with her so he could get content for his music. That's interesting. It felt inevitable to be in love with John, so I continued talking to him for months, but I knew now not to let him get close enough to shoot me down again. Everyone ultimately moved on with their lives. Jessica married ex-NFL tight end Eric Johnson. Romo married beauty queen Candace Crawford. And Mayer moved on to Taylor Swift, Jennifer Aniston, and Katy Perry, and he's currently single. That's a hell of a trifecta, huh? Swift, Aniston, and Perry. Fun fact, Jessica famously bought Tony Romo a $100,000 boat as a birthday present before they broke up. But TMZ at the time, she said she wasn't going to ask for it back at then. She told TMZ. You know what it is to buy somebody a $100,000 boat and then they break up with you?
It's a pretty nice boat, man.
Yeah, man. That's a decent boat there. It's not Trump's boat, but
No.
you know.
No, it's not a 40 or 50-foot Hatteras or any of that, but $100,000 boat, that's a nice boat.
Yeah. How about that? That's crazy, man. That's pretty funky there. So, and Mayor, man, it's Who Dated Who, I think is the website. If you put Who Dated Who on Google, it'll come out. If it's not Who Dated Who, it's something close to that. Just put whoever you want, whatever name you want, any celebrity, and it'll come out all their relationships. Dude, hit John Mayer. Okay? I mean, John Mayer, Justin Timberlake, and there's a couple of those guys that they have, I mean, it's an impressive list. Like, you're like, wow, okay, like, you are the man. You slept with her, and her. Are you kidding me? That's strong right there. Let's see. Greg Olson will be a great tight ends coach for Miami. That's funny. Big O, let's see. We will, Big O live in Vegas. Can't wait. Yes, we can't wait. Twice. Okay. Well, look at it. The Vegas one moved and everything when you said that. Vegas for the draft and Vegas for Dolphins Raiders. We're going out for both, bro. Guaranteed. Okay. 420 Fuego says, thanks for the info. This will be legendary. Oh, man, are you kidding me? This week in Vegas for us? I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. John Santos says, Big O, I would like to help you. I live in Stewart. I can only do it on the weekends, every weekend in Miami. Well, that's very nice of you. All right. We'll stay in contact. Well, what skills do you have, John, that you can offer us there? And you're driving from Stewart. My boy lived in Stewart for a couple years.
Yeah, man. Graduated from Martin County High School.
Yeah. I love that place.
One of the funnest times. The kids, we got up in the middle of the night, 1, 2 in the morning, and painted paws because we're the Martin County Tigers, and painted paws down Canner Highway that leads to the school.
Oh, okay. There you go.
The cops had it all blocked off for us and everything. We're out there at 2 in the morning painting the street.
It's a cool area, man. It's a great place to live. I think it's a really, really cool area, Martin County and Stewart. I'd live there in a heartbeat, man. When I visited him a couple of times there, I bet it's even nicer now. Because we're talking, a couple decades later. I'm sure it's grown more. It's got more stuff.
Couple. It's a few, man.
It's like 30, right?
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, it's 3 decades. So
30, 34, 35 years.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm sure it's even nicer now. But I love that area. I've always been a fan of that Stewart area since he lived there, and I would go visit him at times over there. I'm a big fan of it. So, yeah, cool stuff. John, thank you very much. All of you out there that want to help us out, appreciate it. And if you have a certain skill set, construction-wise, all those kind of things, reach out to us on
roofing isn't necessary.
No, roofing is not necessary. Yes,
we're talking carpentry.
Yes.
Basically constructing internal walls.
Yes, walls and all that other stuff. Yes, things like that. That's the skill sets that we need. Painting, that kind of stuff. So anybody wants to.
You had mentioned bathroom.
Oh yes.
Bathroom remodeling.
Although the bathroom stuff, I think I have. I'm pretty sure I have a great sponsor.
That base is covered?
I think I do. I haven't reached out to him yet, but he's been so good to me over the years that I think he would be more than happy to help us out and contribute. And that's a good thing, too, that we've got a lot of good people around us to help us out. But, yeah, if you have any of those skill sets, reach out to me on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. That's the best way so I can, stay in contact with you. And then on my DM on Twitter at Big O Show, obviously, those are the ways that we can probably communicate and find out if you're able to help us out, and always appreciate that immensely. But yeah, we're going to, it's exciting times. Going to be tough on the road for the Finns next year. All West Coast games in Europe. Hey, Jim, it's a rebuilding year. Okay? It's not something that we should be that worried about. I think we should be excited about it, Jim. Don't look at where the games are or any. Did you think they would win 5 games, Jim? Let's be honest, man. Come on. I didn't think they would win 1. They won 5. And you're going to give this guy more talent? I expect them to be fine. Maybe not a playoff, but maybe they win 7, 8 games this year.
Yeah, when you were picking 4 or 5, I'm like, the same ratio applies, and we had 5 games. That's 9 or 10.
Yeah.
We're in the playoffs based on your ratio last year.
Right. So, Jim, the way you look at it is get excited about a quarterback and trying to develop him under Fitzpatrick. Get excited about adding some offensive linemen. Get excited about adding D linemen. You know what I'm saying? Get excited about the young guys coming in. Focus on that. Focus on all the positive stuff. Don't think about big picture, because it's really not about big picture. There's no Super Bowl in sight right now. So let's not think about that. Don't even put a number on the season is what you should do with the Dolphins. What you should do is let's look for improvement. Okay? Let's see if they become better on defense, more consistent on offense, on special teams, more wins, things like that. That's what I want to see. And then the development of all these players. I want to see Gesicki take that next step. You know how exciting, Jim, it would be to have Devontae Parker come back and have another great full season, and that Preston Williams comes back healthy and then picks up where he left off and develops into a good receiver. All of these kind of things is what gets me excited. That's why I'm telling you that if you're going to look at the Dolphin season next year, look at it as a developmental year. And let's hope for development all throughout the roster. But let's not put some kind of big-time goal on these guys. It's not fair. It's just not fair. It's not right. I mean, it's crazy that they won 5 games last year. Really. It's insane that they won 5 games last year. So think about it. You don't set those kind of expectations, because we really don't know what they are. And they're going to have so much turnover again. Let's just give it time. Let's just hope that guys pick up where they left off. That Nick Needham got an opportunity. Now he plays better and he gives you great depth. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see. Things like that.
We had no business winning 2 games, let alone
5.
Wow. And not only that, the biggest of that, 5.
Yeah.
5-4 to finish the season.
Yeah, it's great. So good. So good, man. That's crazy. It was awesome. It was absolutely fantastic to have that.
Taking home field advantage away from the Patriots.
Yeah. John is asking, your year is 86, 85? What was
86.
86. He graduated from Martin County, John. Let's see. Dougie Fresh says, for your construction survey. What the hell's a construction survey? See, now you're ahead of me. Now, see, Doug, now you just made me look stupid now. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Am I supposed to do a construction survey? Or it's just, hey, we need walls here and a door here.
Oh, wait a minute. Permits.
Oh, that's what he's talking about. Oh, okay, I see that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see that's what he's talking about. Okay. I see what he's talking about.
There's a lot more involved than just.
So anyway, we'll figure it all out, man. We'll figure it all out, and we'll get it done and have some fun. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be an absolute blast, and it's going to be something that we will move forward with. Anyway, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. 11:05 if you want to get in on the program. I'll tell you something that made me really happy yesterday that I was reading. And normally I would tell you it's kind of crazy because anybody that turns down $100 million is pretty much nuts. But Habib Nurmagomedov, right? I think is how it's pronounced. Am I right? Khabib was offered a rematch with Conor McGregor. Now, I got to tell you why I love this so much. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to watch that fight again because all I want to see is Khabib pound the crap out of Conor McGregor. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it's all about. Okay, Conor McGregor for me is a horse's ass, and I know he came on the air the other day and tried to sound like a changed man and calm and all that. I'm not buying any of that garbage until I actually see it on a long-term basis. Okay? When I see you for a few years act like a decent human being, then I'll believe you're a decent human being. But till now, or for now, I'll think you're the same lowlife that I've watched over and over again. You're just a con artist. So
what was the clincher? Him punching the old man, right?
Yeah. That's, I mean, throwing the stuff through the bus's window and, and the glass, and you can seriously injure people and injure somebody's eye or something. God forbid. In fact, somebody did have a piece or two of glass in their eye that they had to take out, but luckily there was no serious damage. So Nurmagomedov said he had no interest in fighting quote, idiot Conor McGregor a second time, even for $100 million, saying, why do I need that kind of money? I mean, we all need that kind of money, but hey, okay. The UFC star was speaking with reporters in his native Dagestan. Is that what the name of the language is? Did I pronounce it right? Anyway, Tuesday, when he was asked about the comments, his manager to TMZ Sports told him that Saudi Arabia was offering $100 million for the rematch. That's when Habib scoffed at the possibility, saying he's only focused on fighting Tony Ferguson in April, but says that kind of money could be better used by helping the needy, which he's right. Why do I need that kind of money? Habib says. There are so many organizations. For example, there's not only soccer for the blind, there's Sambo and other sports. Let the USC give it to them. If they don't know what to do with the money, but giving me $100 million to beat up that idiot again, I don't think that's rational. But I love how he just says to beat up that idiot because it's true. It is 1,000% true. Khabib dominated McGregor. He kicked his ass. I mean, I would love to see that ass beating one more time because I'm just going to sit there going, go, hit him again, hit him again. Don't stop it, hit him again, hit him again, hit him again. Don't stop it, don't stop. That's what I'm going to be doing. But that's me. But Khabib is a better man.
He's about to tap out. Let him go. Punch him one more time.
He's a better man than I am, bro. He's a better man than I am because I would take the $100 million and beat the crap out of Conor McGregor again and then grab the mic after and say, thank you. I am so blessed. You guys gave me $100 million to beat that idiot on the ground again. Because obviously he's going to be pointing on the ground because McGregor's not going to get up this time. I mean, they're going to have to put him on a stretcher and take him off. April 18th, he fights with Ferguson. Khabib called it a very serious fight. He's been training like a maniac. For the past month and a half, I've been consistently training day and night. I've gotten myself in good shape to where I'm supposed to be 70 days before the fight. I feel great. And I love it. I just love that he thoroughly went out of his way to basically say, Conor, he's a scrub. He's a scrub. Scrubs aren't going to do anything to me. I love it.
What was the location you said that's willing to put up $100 million?
Over in Dubai. Where they?
You know what? That's
where they got all the money.
Them people bought the World Cup. They
that horse race they had years back where I forgot what it was that they put up all that money.
They have the most perfect snow skiing conditions in the world because of that thing that they created out in the middle of a desert.
Yeah, smart, bro.
Best snow skiing conditions 365 days a year.
Of course. There's no wind. You don't have to worry about it. There's no rocks. I remember once I was skiing.
No trees.
I remember I was skiing, and I fell. And I rolled a couple times. And when I stopped rolling and I look up, there's a rock and wood, like right in front of me. Like that was the next roll, I was rolling right into that. And so I would have obviously gotten damaged somehow, you know what I mean? Because I rolled a couple times, but then I was able to stop my momentum.
You lose the battle against the rock and the trees. You do not win that battle.
No, definitely not going to win it. And so, so I would imagine it's perfect conditions because of the weather. There is none, and there is no objects that are going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people that suffer serious damage when they go skiing. Yeah, that's a real shame. All right, that's it. That's it. It's over. I'm retiring the helmets. They keep falling off. Oh, maybe it's because I got to tilt this thing. It's leaning downward. There we go. There we go. Maybe it'll stay up like that. Let's see.
The Leaning Tower of Mike to go with the Eiffel Tower in the background. Is that what you...
See? There we go. So it was leaning downward. I had to get it up. I had to give it some Viagra. Keep it up. All right, let's take a quick break. Hey, Murias Dental. I just got my new Invisaligns. And now, you go through stages with the Invisaligns where you do it every 2 weeks, right? So I've had them on for 6 weeks. I can already tell my bottom teeth are moving, which is really, really cool. Now I'm at the stage where I put them on for a week now. So my next set will be next Tuesday. I will put on the new set of Invisaligns because they're already moving the teeth, which is really, really, really cool. So if you want to straighten out your teeth, if you're looking for Invisalign or implants, crowns, whatever it is you want to clean your teeth, cavities, state-of-the-art equipment, please call Murias Dental. Another great way you want to support us, support your teeth by supporting it with our sponsors that support us. The Murias family, Eric and his dad, they do a great job. 305-821-0231. Eric has been a big-time listener of our show for like 20 years. So he's one of you. He's a big-time sports fan. He loves talking draft, by the way. So if you're there with Eric, you can talk all the draft you want. He loves talking draft. Murias Dental, 305-821-0231, or call them or check them out, online at muriasdental.com.
Metallica, headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. Go to welcometorocvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We take you, of course, till about, I don't know, I think about 2:30, something like that, I think. I was watching Derrick Henry the other day, and they were, talking about him and a new contract. And so he was quoted when they asked him about a new contract. He told the NFL Network that Zeke Elliott's contract is the floor. And Zeke Elliott got paid 6 years, $90 million. $50 million guaranteed, $28 million in a signing bonus. Now, when Derrick Henry tells you that the Zeke Elliott contract is the floor, Zeke Elliott is a better running back. Okay? Because he can catch the ball. Derrick is not a great pass catcher. He'll catch the ball and, do a little something, but it's not really his strength. So Zeke is more of the complete back. But where Derrick Henry's got the Tennessee Titans by the balls is in a couple things. One, he's your entire offense. Okay? Nothing happens without that guy running the ball. If he's not running the ball, your offense is not effective at all because you don't have a quarterback that can carry you. Right? So I think it was I think in the playoffs, he was 69% of their offensive yards. Think about that. 69% of your offensive yards are coming from Derrick Henry.
Wasn't he number one in the NFL?
Oh, yeah.
And
definitely.
not very close either.
Yeah, no, of course not, because, I mean, the disparity is sick. But my point is, he's got you by the balls there if you're the Titans. Now, here's the other one that he has you by the balls. Derrick Henry's no knucklehead. Derrick Henry does not get arrested like Zeke. Derrick Henry's not pulling tops off women. Okay? Derrick Henry's he's not pushing security guards to the ground. He's not doing constantly stupid things that are making your organization look bad. Derrick Henry has actually been an outstanding citizen. He was great in Alabama. He was the good soldier. He ran the ball a lot, punished people, won the Heisman. He goes to Tennessee. Even when he wasn't getting the main carries the first couple years, the guy wasn't pointing fingers. He wasn't complaining. He doesn't get arrested. There's no DUIs. He's not hitting women. He's not fighting with his coaches, not fighting with his teammates, nothing. Derrick Henry's exceptional. See, with Zeke Elliott, you can base it on talent, but unfortunately, you also have to take lack of character into account, right? Whatever guarantees you're giving him, you have to be careful with those guarantees. You have to structure the language extra for him compared to other guys, right? So Derrick Henry doesn't give you trouble there. Tennessee's got that Tennessee's got to deal with that too. And then when you look also at what's going on the landscape, your quarterback, okay, Ryan Tannehill, he was out with Derrick Henry, and then you'll hear him like saying some stuff and listen to the TMZ guy ask him a question.
He's the best running back in the league, right?
No doubt.
Yeah. They got should he be the highest paid running back in the NFL?
Pay the man.
So you hear him say drip, 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 because Derrick Henry's taking pictures. He's at a red carpet thing. Tannehill is not on the red carpet. He's on the other side of it waiting for him to come through so he can go with him, which is really cool. You can see the bond between those two also. So he's asked about it again, and you hear him say drip, drip, because he's dripping of, swag.
He's the best running back in the league, right?
No doubt.
Yeah. They got should he be the highest paid running back in the NFL?
Pay the man.
And so he says, pay the man. And that's cool of Ryan. Ryan's a good dude, man. Just because I don't think he's ever going to be a franchise quarterback, I don't got anything personal against the kid. I laugh more at you guys out there that actually still think he can be a franchise guy. But because he's not a franchise guy, you need Derrick Henry more than ever. And those negotiations, I don't know how they drag on too long. I don't know if you really want to piss this guy off. You know what I mean? Because if I'm his agent, I'm like, all right, when we sit down and have this conversation all right, we are talking about the most important person on this offense, correct? Because it's not your quarterback. Okay? And if I'm the agent, you're going to give Derrick Henry all these carries. He's going to punish people for 150, 200 yards, and you better pay him. Pay the man his money. All right? Let's go rounders on your ass. Pay the man his money. All right? He needs it. But I just thought it was really cool and funny, too, that Ryan is there, cheering on his guy, saying pay him because Ryan knows how important he is to the offense and to him. But the other thing that I thought was really cool, and it was only those two guys together, by the way. In the shot, there were no other Titans players anywhere to be found. So it's clearly those two guys hanging out together. That's pretty cool. And I don't think you really ever saw that with the Dolphins. That Ryan was outgoing and all that with his other guys. He was kind of an introvert. So maybe Ryan, to his credit, has turned the page a little bit there and learned to be more personable with his guys. He doesn't have to be with the media. That's not his thing. He's not comfortable and all that stuff, and that's fine. Everybody's different. Some guys are comfortable in the media. Some guys aren't. Ryan isn't. That's cool. That's not a problem. But I thought it was cool that he's there supporting his guy in the red carpet event. And also, obviously, the media asked him, should he get paid? And he's like, pay the man his money, all that stuff. I thought it was pretty cool on Ryan's part. But Derrick Henry, my Lord, we're talking about a beast of all beasts right there. A guy that he has earned this contract because you think about all the yards he has run for in his Alabama career. And while he wasn't really used heavy on early in his career, but now you see what's gone on because he finally, last year it started, and then this past season was the one where he really took over. And so now he's going to start getting a lot of carries. You want to get paid. You need to get, reimbursed for all of that. The other issue I saw in the NFL that is lingering, and you can tell that there's a problem in this situation, is the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott. Dak has been looking to get paid since last offseason. Going into his final year, you never allow your free agents to go into the final year. Plus, he played out his final year, and he played it at a very high level, 65% completion percentage, 4,900 yards, 30 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. So a nearly 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, which is exceptional. 65% completion, which is what you want. With your elite quarterbacks, you want 65 and up. And he's in that category, nearly 5,000 yards. It's a lot of yards. Over his career, it's 65%. He's thrown for 15,778 yards, 97 touchdowns, and 36 interceptions, just under 3-to-1. But again, he's earned the right to get a contract. The thing about Dak is we all run into this situation with Dak. And I think the Cowboys do too. None of us can say Dak's a bad quarterback. You can't say that. That's stupid. It's ridiculous. He's obviously a very good quarterback, maybe not an elite. And that's the problem. That you still don't feel that Dak is the guy that when things break down, he's the guy that's going to raise everybody around him. He's been a really good and an exceptional facilitator. He's had a really good offensive line, and he's had an exceptional running game with Zeke Elliott, right? And this is why when you look at Dak Prescott's situation, it's really weird. It really is, because normally teams would have paid, and Jerry pays all his guys. But Jerry is now stuck like his front office. And by the way, maybe it's more the front office than Jerry. If Jerry was not leaving Stephen Jones to handle all of this, he might have paid Dak already. But the fact that they haven't paid Dak, that tells me they're thinking what I just told you and what I think. I think Dak Prescott's a good quarterback. He's just not a great quarterback. I don't put him in the Russell Wilson category. I don't put him in the Pat Mahomes category. I don't put him with an elite Brady. I don't put him with an elite Rodgers. I don't put him with an elite Drew Brees. Some of these guys are older, so they've lost a little bit on their fastball, but they're still really, really, really good. I don't put him in that category. So how do you pay him that? Because that's what the market bears. That's what the market calls for. Because when Kirk Cousins doesn't deserve that money, he's getting it, and he's getting it guaranteed. When Jared Goff gets that money, which is proving it now, he doesn't deserve it, but he's getting it. It's weird because that's what the market dictates. And in the past, I think Jerry Jones would have already given him that money. And the fact that Dak banked on himself and went in through 65% and almost 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, he did well banking on himself. Now, the question is, will they pay him or will they franchise tag him? Because now Dak is talking about possibly not reporting to camp if he doesn't have a long deal in place. And now you're adding a new head coach, new scheme, all that stuff, and the leader of your team is not there. That's not a good look for Dak. It's not a good look for the front office, and it's certainly not productive for your football team. Now, if you think this is something that is going to drag on with Dak because he's kind of steadfast on wanting a long-term contract, well, then you need to draft a quarterback also this year. If you're the Cowboys, you got to think about having another quarterback in here just in case this thing drags on, which I don't think it will. I think they will, get it done eventually, but maybe early on they don't. Maybe we have some ugliness between Dak and the Cowboys. But I thought it was an interesting twist now that it seems like Dak could be willing to hold out. That, my friends, is not good news for the Cowboys are a mess as it is. It's a team that just doesn't get over the hump because of Jerry. But now you've added a new coach, and he's got to deal with this mess coming in, that the quarterback is not happy that he hasn't gotten the contract that he feels he deserves. And look, if he's asking for $37 million a year, $40 million a year, is he really that guy? That's the problem. And that's where I understand what the Cowboys are doing. But, man, they are playing with fire right now.
Dak feels slighted because he saw how Zeke was treated. And he would come to them and say, hey, am I not on the same plateau as Zeke?
And he sees Kirk Cousins getting paid. And he sees Jared Goff getting paid.
Yeah, but just because somebody else makes a mistake doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah, but
this is the basis of where we're at.
Yes. We just got a coach now. Bill, we just got a coach now that got hired $10 million a year.
Gruden.
Where did they get that? Right? Don't you think all the owners were cringing when they gave Gruden that contract because they're like, you bastard. You now just
the guy that's never done anything in NFL, the Baylor guy with the Panthers, another one.
Right. He got I think it's 7 or 8.
76, 77 million.
Oh no, he is making 10. He is 10. He is. It's 70 over 70. 7 over 70.
Yeah.
So 70 over 7. So it does
not
become,
as big as Gruden's, obviously.
Right, because 10, but it's still 10.
Yeah.
So
for a guy that's never done anything in the NFL.
Right. So you've ruined it, and that's what happens in this league. So Dak and his agent see all that money that all these other guys are getting. They go, well, no, my guy deserves the same amount of money. And then you're in. You remember it happened to us with Tannehill. When they gave Tannehill that contract here with the Dolphins, at that time, that was considered like, whoa, you're paying him that kind of money? He's not that kind of quarterback. But you had no choice because that's the market. The market is 30-something million if you have a franchise quarterback. 40 million. It was 30 a couple of years ago when Cousins signed his. He got the 3-year, almost 90 million. Now it's gone.
Don't leave out Alex Smith. That was another contract that was like, what?
Yeah, exactly. But that's what's going on with this. So you've got to pay Dak, but he's really not elite. And so this is the problem that some teams are going to run into. Now, if you're desperate or you think he's going to become that guy, that's what the Rams were hoping, and it doesn't look like it. The Vikings were hoping the Cousins would be the difference for their team, and he hasn't been.
The Rams were their own worst enemy. They should have seen, based on the Super Bowl performance, that without Gurley, this guy's a different animal.
And that was another contract that went really south on them. Todd Gurley. That's a bad deal right there. Terrible deal. NorCal says, day after Xmas 2000, I went skiing and misstepped a jump. I broke my collarbone, dislocated my right shoulder, and had a concussion. Went skiing 2 weeks later. LOL. But yeah, man, you can do some serious damage skiing, man. It's not good. Not a good thing.
And I broke my collarbone twice. That sucks.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it hurts to breathe.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, huh? It's really crazy. Before I wrap up the hour, a little music news, since we kind of like talking music news. We told you about the Kiss biopic that is coming, right? And that's coming at the end of the tour next year for Kiss. When that tour ends, the biopic will be ready for release, they think, right around then. So it'll kind of be. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to that one. But I'm actually looking forward to another one because when it comes to Southern rock, I am one of those big-time Southern rock fans. I know there aren't a lot of people that are Latinos that have, a Cuban background and they love Southern rock, but I'm one of those. Maybe it's a little Wajito in me. But I love Southern rock, man. And Skynyrd, obviously, is one of my favorite bands of all time. So the biopic that chronicles the plane crash is going to take place. And it killed several of the original members of Skynyrd, including the frontman, Ronnie Van Zant. It's set to premiere February 16th in Hollywood. It's called Street Survivors, which was the name of that album. The true story of the Leonard Skynyrd plane crash. And it tells the story of the ill-fated flight through the eyes of the band's former drummer, Artemis Pyle. The musician survived the tragedy and helped pull fellow survivors from the wreckage in the moments following the crash. And the story, he says, my story is not just about the plane crash, but also about my personal relationship with the genius that was Ronnie Van Zant, whom I love like a brother and still miss to this day, Pyle noted in his press release. The drummer was a consultant on the film, working with screenwriters and directors Jared Cohen to make the project as historically accurate as possible. Talks surrounding Street Survivors movie began surfacing in 2016. The project's long road to the big screen was not without incident. In 2017, a judge halted production following a lawsuit from the families of crash victims Van Zandt and Steve Gaines, along with founding band members and remaining Skynyrd guitarist Gary Rosington. The suit alleged that Pyle's involvement and subsequent profit from the film would be a violation of an agreement made by the band's surviving members in '87. An appeals court overturned the decision in 2018, paving the way for the film's release. Sad that all this bitterness is in the middle of it, but for those of us that are fans, we kind of want to see this. The premiere of Street Survivors will take place February 16th as part of the Hollywood Reel Independent Film Festival. The movie will expand to theaters nationwide this spring with video on demand and an official soundtrack released, both scheduled for June 30th. Okay? Can't wait for it, man. That's going to be freaking awesome.
That bio that they did,
that
was running on Showtime for, man, I saw it at least 4 or 5 times.
Yep.
That was really cool.
Yeah, a couple of the surviving members, Pyle and damn it, I'm forgetting the other guitarist. That was, you can tell that he's he's a little slow too. He's had his share of health issues. Now I'm forgetting his name. I hate it, but I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a really, really cool and tragic film too, obviously, because you then relive the tragedy. And those of us, like myself, that are monster Skynyrd fans and have all their music and listen to them all the freaking time, okay? I mean, I can't get enough listening to Skynyrd. I really can't. It's one of my favorite bands. Not just Southern rock, just one of my favorite bands. I don't even think Lynyrd Skynyrd gets enough credit for their greatness. Okay? Put it that way. I don't think they get enough credit for that. That they are a great, 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 great band. And their music is just timeless, man. I'm a huge Leonard Skynyrd fan. So I can't wait for this one. And then you have to kind of go through and live the tragedy again. And obviously, because even when I saw that documentary, I saw it a couple times. It tugs at you, man. It tugs at you. It's stuff that you love.
Especially toward the end where the two guys go to the funeral.
Yes, which is the guy I'm forgetting.
Cemetery.
And Donnie Van Zant, which is the younger brother that is the lead singer now.
Right.
Yes.
It was
yes.
That was pretty tough.
Yes, no doubt. Anyway, let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We will talk to Michelle Kaufman. Yes, from the Miami Herald. We'll get our Inter-Miami report before we turn it over. Let's see, what else? Do I have more things? I may have more things to talk about, do I? I do have actually a couple of other notes I haven't even gotten to that I can talk about. But anyway, we will get to the Inter-Miami report. They are unveiling the kits today, which is the jerseys. So we'll talk about that and other things Inter-Miami style with Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald next.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
The world's biggest band is coming twice. Metallica. Headlining the Welcome to Rockville Music Festival. 2 different nights, 2 different sets. The weekend of May 8th through the 10th. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com for all information. Get your tickets on sale right now. The one, the only Metallica. Go to welcometorockvillefestival.com.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
time to talk a little Inter Miami on what happened? What do we have here? What happened?
She's in a meeting. Give her 10 minutes. I just
said
that.
Okay. I had the headsets on. I did not hear. So Come on, man. Couple more minutes, and we will get Michelle Kaufman on to talk a little Inter Miami on an exciting day where they are releasing the kits, which is probably what she's doing now. She's probably seeing the kits and all that stuff and being able to talk about it. Before we talk about a little football with with Michelle Kaufman, can I ask you guys something out there on the baseball side? Mookie Betts yesterday was traded to the Dodgers along with David Price. And Mookie's got a year left on his contract, and then he wants some big-time money, and the Dodgers apparently are going to want to pay him that money. And they, trade away some minor leaguers to the Twins and the Red Sox. And then the word is that the Red Sox are worried about their payroll and they want to get down under the luxury tax. And I heard Jeff Passan talk about how, the Red Sox also want to get to the point where the Dodgers were at, where they had flexibility and they had talent and they had enough minor leaguers and all that, because they're calling up a couple of other guys that are not going to be making big-time money and they're helping them. Kind of very, in a way, kind of Kansas City Royalish. Remember Kansas City caught lightning in a bottle? They developed a good group of players. They won a title, and then they lost them all because they can't pay anybody. So, that team went back to being the Royals again. And so it seems like the Red Sox want to be a little bit of that without having to pay all that money. So I'm wondering, where is baseball going? Because at one point or another, baseball has to start suffering. Attendance is down. Okay, ratings are down. Interest is way down. In the, I think like 1983 or 84, you had 34 million people watching the World Series. Now it's in the neighborhood of 8 to 11 million. Okay? 100 million people watch the Super Bowl. Look where baseball is now. Okay? I mean, it's bad. It's really, really bad. And so I'm wondering, are our owners are they forecasting their revenues now starting to go down? Because that's kind of what I've been expecting the last couple of years. Because less people care about baseball, less people are watching baseball, less people attend baseball games. So something's got to give. And when you see the Red Sox wanting to get under the luxury tax threshold, I grew up in a world where the Red Sox, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Yankees, money's not supposed to be an object for them. And remember, when we talk Red Sox and Yankees and the Cubs, they all three have networks. So they have that revenue stream too. I don't think the Dodgers have their own network. I don't think so. But I'm pretty sure, well, wait a minute. The Cubs don't have their own network either, because the Tribune company owned WGN, not them, right? I don't know. I'd have to look up if the new owners, I don't think they own WGN. That was a Tribune company thing back in then. So only the Red Sox and Yankees have their own network. Nesson and Yes bring in a boatload of money.
I think the Rangers might be involved in that type of
I think you're right also. I think you're right. I think the Rangers may have their own network. I think they did recently add one in the last few years because it's a great idea. If you can control your own network along with your team, come on, man. It's a hell of a revenue stream. I mean, Huizinga was
the Yes Network also had the New Jersey Devils. They had the Nets for a while. They weren't just isolated to the Yankees.
No, but the Yankees own them, is my point.
Oh, yeah.
That's my point. So they're benefiting from everything that goes on that network. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I remember correctly, didn't Huizinga own part of Fox Sports Florida or Sun Sports or whatever? That when he sold the team, he also sold the rights to that or whatever? Because that's what we were all saying. Like, you're really not losing money, dude. You own the TV company also. Come on. So it was, it was a way where Huizenga was kind of forecasting the way things could be done in the future. It's a shame that this couldn't stay with it, but I mean, I'm watching that and I'm like, wow. So the team like the Dodgers still doesn't care about money, but the Red Sox are caring about money, and that makes me wonder, what is the future of baseball? And what kind of an adjustment are we about to see now? Because this is going to be shell shock for players. If less and less cap space is available and less, and the luxury tax threshold starts getting lower and lower and lower because the revenue streams are going down, I don't see them going up at all. And yesterday, the Red Sox are worried about paying salaries. That's weird, man.
They're just following the Yankees. They said that 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, but at least with the Yankees, it's because the younger Steinbrenners are more frugal.
They're accountants.
Right. You
They're
know what I
counting
mean?
every penny.
Where Steinbrenner was going balls out like the Dodgers.
Sister in the
Dodgers.
family. The sister in the family, the only one that thinks like dad.
Like Dodgers. The Dodgers don't care. The Dodgers will keep spending, even though they had cap flexibility because they have a lot of young guys playing, so they're not spending nearly as much as the Red Sox or Yankees right now, which is kind of crazy to think, but that's because they've hit. Actually, no, the Yankees, too, have a whole bunch of young guys also. But the bottom line is Red Sox had a whole bunch of bad contracts, and then they wanted to. This is the only way because they knew that maybe they weren't going to be able to afford Betts. So now get something for them at this point. I just find it weird when those kind of teams are penny pinching. It cannot be a good sign for baseball down the line if the Red Sox are penny pinching because it doesn't make sense.
And exactly what you had just said, that's what the Red Sox came out and said. They said,
we
have talked to Mookie. He has flat out said it doesn't matter because they offered a major. He still wants to test the market.
Right, because he wants max.
He's going there.
He wants max.
Yeah, but they were talking.
By the way,
the money that the Red Sox approached him with was in that ballpark.
Yeah.
The guy just wants to see really how much he can get. Okay?
And
which, hey, I get
he's
it.
He's a generational player.
You know
bro.
what? The thing is this. He's already got a ring. Like I said yesterday about
right, so now money.
When you got a ring,
yeah.
Now it's about, hey, man, I need my money, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Who's his agent? Is it Boris? Because
you know what?
I haven't even heard.
If I'm a betting man, I'm betting that it is.
I'm saying it's not because I think we would have heard Boris comment on all this while it's going on, and I haven't heard Boris comment. So I'm kind of let's see. Veltman is Betts' agent. Okay, so it's not. I figured that because
that was a very wise point by you.
Yeah, Boris.
If it was Boris, Boris would have chimed in.
Oh, he would have talked about this already.
He's like Drew.
Yeah.
Got to get out there in front of the camera.
Yeah. No, the difference is all of his players really don't go getting arrested and doing stupid things. Drew's clients, well, yeah, a lot of them are just stupid. No, I know, but I just wanted to point out.
Media relation hog.
Yeah, you're right, but I just wanted to point out. I give Boris credit that he doesn't. Yeah. It's just a way of getting a little shot in there. I had to get that shot in there. It's a must to get that shot in there. So I'm just telling you, when the Dodgers or Red Sox or Yankees or Cubs are penny pinching, that cannot be good for the game.
Yeah, you see what penny pitching is, right? For the
I know, but
$208 million.
Well, no, because they also have bad contracts, so they can't take on the good contract with the bad contract.
No, but I'm saying for a $208 million budget for a year,
not really pennies. That's a lot of pennies.
That's a lot of pennies.
But normally, these kind of teams don't let that kind of player go. You don't let generational players go. You pay them, and then you find a way to unload the other ones. Do whatever you can.
Let me show you.
Only, things like with the Marlins, you do something like that when you're fire sailing.
Let me show you this, though. Think about this, though. The year that the Yankees won against the Mets, the Subway Series back 2000, 2001, they lost Arizona. The total operation cost for the New York Yankees, everything for the year, was $205 million.
Right.
Steinbrenner made $213, so his profit on a $205 million investment was $8 million. And that's when Steinbrenner said, hey, I'll break even. I don't care. I want to win the World Series. $8 million, we'll break even. My point is, the whole organization, everything costs $205. Now, just for the player's salary, we're up to $208.
Yeah.
And we're talking about this is just since 2000.
I know.
That's, it's the cost of where things are going. They've got to kind of come back down, right?
Well, I think it's going to come down.
$30-something million.
No, I think it's going to come
guys.
down now because their revenues are their revenues are going to go down now. That's why I think it's going to come down. I'm with you.
But it should. Do you think a baseball player's worth $30-something million?
I don't think any athlete's worth that.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Orlando. Rival Sons is an absolute monster. The Grammys have missed on numerous occasions to the point of questioning credibility. And thank you. That's one that I guess you were listening to the podcast, and I appreciate you, sir. What else do we have here? I hope the Jags move to London permanently. I live up here in St. Augustine, 30 minutes from Jacksonville. If the Jags move, this would become Finn's country again. All right. I like it. Go Finns. All right. That's interesting. Hey, look, we were that's a subject we were talking about yesterday. The Jacksonville just has no business being an NFL town. Big O, you are great, my brother. I watch live on YouTube, but I work overnight, so I always download the show and listen again to the podcast. Keep up the good work. Shout out to Bill. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. That is awesome, man. You guys are absolutely phenomenal, and you could always chime in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line like those folks did. That we've always got it going on every single day. And, I answer it day, night, all the time whenever it's coming in. Make sure you give us a thumbs up also when you're watching the show there on YouTube, as always. What else do we have here? Ty from the Bronx says, Big O, the Cubs would have had their own network this year, but because of financial restraints, they have to wait until their financial restraints subsides. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for giving me that nugget. But financial restraints, again, it's just weird, man. Weird. All right, we have the talented one, Michelle Kaufman. She is ready to rock and roll. All right, we have
Michelle Kaufman for you, sir.
All right, we are ready to talk a little Inter Miami here with Michelle Kaufman, of course. And today's the big day, Michelle.
Today's the big day, the big jersey reveal, 8:30 p.m. tonight.
Okay, and where can we go see that? Is it social media? Will they do it on TV?
Social media. If you go on, MLSsoccer.com will have it. If you go to any of the Inter Miami social media sites, they've got all. They are ready. They've got all their pictures and videos and everything ready, and they're doing it in New York. They've combined MLS. It's the 25th anniversary of MLS, so they're doing all kinds of anniversary celebrations throughout the season for the 25th season. And one of them is the jersey reveal, new jersey reveals, road jerseys for the entire league. And of course, this will be the first time we see the one for Miami and for Nashville. So they're going to be in New York City tonight at a big sort of a fashion show type event. The teams were each asked to bring 2 models, and it could be players, it could be, celebrities. And so some of the LA teams, I think, are bringing a couple of actors to come do it. Some musicians are coming. For Inter Miami, I thought it was kind of cute. They chose 2 of the kids from their academy team, a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old, 2 Cuban-American kids from Miami, who are, really good academy youth players, and they've got them modeling the Inter Miami shirts tonight, the away shirts.
Okay.
The home shirts are going to be revealed in Miami sometime in the next 2 weeks.
Right.
So we're going to see the away shirts only tonight.
Right, and we won't be able to buy them till later in the month. like 2 weeks from now, I think. That's what Caneswear told me, that they get them, I want to say, in another week and a half, because what are we right now? It is the 8th. I think they say it's like the 3rd week of this month or something is when they get released.
I think they're going to be on sale. Yeah, they've got other merchandise on sale, warm-up shirts, T-shirts, hats, and all that stuff you can get. But the actual shirt, the actual kit, by the way, yesterday some Twitter follower of mine was very offended that I used the word road jersey and said, "This is soccer. You're not allowed to say road jersey. Those are American sports phrases." And I'm like, "Listen, buddy, we are in America.
That's right.
I can use whatever phrases I want to use." Yeah, yes, there are people who call it a kit and a pitch and 1-0, but we're in the United States, and we do have a lot of fans who are new to the game or who, don't follow the game overseas. Some do, some don't, and we're not pretentious, my husband says. So, the one thing I'll say about soccer fans, and it drives me nuts, and, I've been covering this sport for 25 years now. I've gone to 6 World Cups. But there's something about soccer fans that there's a certain group of soccer fans, and Big L, I know you know who I mean.
They're elitist.
There are a lot of these people.
They're elitist.
They're elitist. They're soccer elitists.
Yeah.
They don't even want, on one hand, the thing is they're hypocrites because on one hand they say, oh, we want the sport to be more mainstream. We want more people to watch it. We want the American media to cover it. And then when the American media goes to cover it with their football writers and their baseball writers, then those elitist ones are like, oh, no, they don't really know the game, and then they're using the wrong phrases and blah, blah, blah. And, they want it both ways. Like, they want to be, they feel that they are somehow better soccer fans because they also, watch EPL all weekend or watch La Liga or because they follow USL or they follow whatever. And that's fine. If you want to follow all those leagues, I mean, that's great. I think that's wonderful. But it doesn't preclude other people from being soccer fans or from being mildly interested in it. We don't have to, talk down to everybody who's not a diehard soccer fan. And I feel like it's kind of an insecurity. Get over it. Soccer has made it. It's here. It's a major sport in the United States. So, I just get really tired of that attitude. There's my pet peeve of the day.
No, I'm with.
So, no, I'm not. I'm going to call it a jersey sometimes. I'm going to call it a shirt. Sometimes I'm going to call it a jersey, but I'm not always going to say kit, and I'm not always going to say nil, and I'm not always going to say pitch.
I'm with you.
So,
I'm with you.
Deal with it.
It's going to and we're going to call it soccer, not football sometimes.
And it's soccer. We don't call it football. We don't call it football. In American, we call it, Americans, they call it American football. We call it the NFL or football, and we call soccer, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't make the sport any less by the word we use. So there's my rant of the day. Okay.
I'm with you. All right, so tell me about the new player that they signed, Mr. Velasquez.
Yeah, Will Trapp.
Oh, Will Trapp. Well, they also signed a Colombian midfielder, Sebastian Velasquez, too. But let's go with Trapp because that's a big acquisition.
No. Sebastian Velasquez is Miami FC.
Oh, that's right.
That's not Inter Miami.
That's right.
That's Miami FC.
That's right. My bad.
No, Will Trapp, everybody is, I cannot tell you, I don't know this guy. Every single person that I know who's anybody in MLS has sent me emails and texts saying, you are so lucky that you're going to get to deal with Will Trapp. This guy is one of the best human beings in all of Major League Soccer. He's going to be a team leader right away. They said the same thing about Luis Roman, the goalkeeper. And I can already tell. I interviewed him yesterday by phone from they're in Bradenton this week training at the IMG Academy. They're coming back on Thursday. But anyway, he was the captain, basically. He was at the Columbus Crew for 7 years, and he was the captain almost from the start. He was beloved by the fans, beloved by his teammates, just an all-around great guy, but apparently just sort of felt like he had reached a ceiling there. He was a homegrown player there, so he's from Ohio, was on their academy team, was signed by the club, and felt that he and the club made a mutual decision that for him to really advance and become the level of player he wanted to be, that he should get a fresh start and go somewhere new. And so this worked out, and everybody is just raving about him, saying that this guy is, is going to be like captain material. He's just like a born leader. And, he's going to be a guy who's going to help acclimate the young players onto the squad, which is really important on this team because you've got these Latin American kids who have never played in MLS, and some of these older MLS veterans are really going to be very instrumental to keep the squad together. I can tell you, I've been following a lot of them on social media and stuff like that. These guys are bonding. I've seen really funny videos of them. They're like laughing together. They're singing. At all the team meals, they make certain guys stand up on a chair and sing songs. And, they're all like the Hispanic players and the Anglo players are all laughing together and bonding. And the Anglo players are all telling me that they're trying to learn Spanish, and the Hispanic players are trying to learn English. So, it's been really fun to watch. Everyone's in a very good mood. Of course, they haven't lost any games yet, and no one's been benched yet. So everyone's in a good mood.
And I was just talking about something to that ilk earlier on the show because you saw the Steph Curry, John Morant thing. You saw Julian Edelman holding up the say anything thing for Tom Brady, all of that, and then you're telling me the soccer players, and I'm talking baseball, and I'm going, now Boston is penny pinching, and it shows where that sport is going. How attendance is down, interest is down, ratings are down, revenue's going to go that way eventually, and it looks like that's maybe what Boston and other teams are seeing, that things are not going to be as rosy for us, and the players still don't get it. And again, when you look at football, when you look at basketball, and you look at soccer, they get it. Those sports get it. Their players get it. They interact. They're on social media. They're selling.
Oh, they interact a lot. These guys are young. This is a new team. But they're all selling their sport.
Yeah.
They're having fun with it, and they're doing all kinds of cool, really cool, trendy videos and things that the young hipsters, baseball just feels dated.
Old.
It just feels old. It feels old. And if they want to get it's fine. Again, I'm old. I'm about to turn 55, so I'm old. But I'm saying if you want to attract a new generation of sports fan, you have to make it hip. You have to make it cool. You have to have Snapchat. You have to have Instagram. You have to have all these things because that is what the young people are looking at. It's a very visual world now. And so I think, I do think baseball is a little bit behind and needs to get, a little more modernized, which soccer definitely is. I mean, a lot of the soccer fans are young, hipster people that are under 30 years old, and this is the cool hip thing to do is to be the fan of your local soccer team. So,
I'm with you.
But I like what I've seen. I mean, I like what I've seen so far, the guys that I've met. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen them play a game yet, so I can't tell you if they're going to win. I can't tell you if they're good. What I can tell you is they are a fun group of guys. They're really blending together. They have great chemistry. The coach seems to be very, very accessible, Diego Alonso. One thing that all the players have said to me when I ask them, what are the training sessions like with him? What is he like as a coach? And the same words keep coming up, that the practices and the training sessions are short and intense and sharp. Short, intense, sharp. He basically has shorter his training sessions are not about working and running a million miles. His training sessions tend to be shorter, but very intense and at a very high pace. Everybody says that the pace of those training sessions is really fast. They have to be like going 100 miles an hour for a short period of time and be really sharp. And that's what he's looking for. He's looking for, pace and precision and hard work in a smaller amount of time. So anyway, every guy that I've spoken to has kind of described the training the same way. And again, is this going to translate into wins? I have no idea. I don't know what their lineup is going to be. That yet, we don't know because they're still waiting. Yes, we are still waiting for the two DPs. I do believe.
So wait a minute. So
yes.
Trapp doesn't take one of the international
spots.
Trapp.
Trapp
but he does cost them some money, doesn't he?
He cost them some money. Yes, $100,000 that they had to send the Columbus Crew.
Okay.
But no, he doesn't count toward that. They still can have two full DPs, with big salaries and all that stuff. And one of them, I think, is going to come from Mexico. One of them is going to come from Mexico, probably from Monterrey, from the team that Diego Alonso coached. I believe that they're going to get a player from over there to come, who was also being wooed by European teams. And then the other one is still, they keep telling me, Michelle, be patient. This is happening. We are negotiating, even though the window is closed in Europe. That just means that European teams can't add players, but those players can make deals to come over here at a later date. And even though they've been saying all along they don't want summer, they don't want someone to come in May or June, it may end up coming to that. But they have assured me that there is going to be the DP with the name that, with the, I don't know, they don't say name, but with the resume that people are waiting for. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have their first scrimmage this Friday, closed to the public and closed to the media, against the Charleston Battery this Friday in Fort Lauderdale. And then the following week, I will be at their game. Their first real game is on the 15th in St. Petersburg against Philadelphia Union. So they will be playing a real game against another MLS team in St. Pete, and it's open to the public. It's free, and I will be there reporting on that. So I think we'll have a much better idea on February 15th. What do they have right now, and what's still missing? And maybe by then, there may be a DP in place, because that's already almost 2 weeks away. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
By the way, good news, too, on the USL front. They finally named their team, correct?
They did. They named their team. Yes, it's going to be Fort Lauderdale CF. So they're going to give Fort Lauderdale, which they deserve. The city of Fort Lauderdale has gone out of its way, more than the city of Miami, to be honest. I mean, I'm a Miami native and a 305 flag waver, but Fort Lauderdale has done so much for that franchise, and they deserve to be represented on the uniform and on the name. And so that team, and plus that team is going to be based in Fort Lauderdale full time, no matter what. So that is a Fort Lauderdale team. That is not a Miami team. That is not Inter Miami. That is a Fort Lauderdale USL team that's going to train there. It's going to play there, and they should have a Fort Lauderdale identity. And the logo is just as nice. The logo is exactly the same, but with one bird instead of two, one heron instead of two herons. But it's a really lovely logo with the same black and pink. They're calling it already rosa. They're calling it rosa y negro. The fans are calling themselves la rosa y negro, kind of like in a Latin American style.
Right.
The pink and black. We are the pink and black. So they're going to have the same. The Fort Lauderdale team has a very similar crest, same colors, and the uniforms will be very similar and everything. But they're going to be named Fort Lauderdale, which is the right thing to do. They should be a Fort Lauderdale team. So they'll have their Inter Miami team, and they'll have their Fort Lauderdale team, and all the fans from the two counties can be happy.
In the end, listen, we got to be honest. Fort Lauderdale is the heart and soul of soccer in the history of South Florida. So
it is. I mean, that's where the Strikers played, and that's where the Miami Fusion played. And at the end of the day, that's where Inter Miami is going to be playing for at least 2 years. So at the end of the day, we can talk Miami all we want, and we can talk international, global city, Miami, this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, where are they playing? They're playing on Commercial Boulevard, the same place that the Strikers played, and the same place that the Fusion played. And now this team is going to be there too. So, we can talk all we want. And I love Miami. I love Miami. This is my town. But when it comes to soccer, at the end of the day, the Miami politics and BS that goes on here, we end up always sending it to Fort Lauderdale. At the end of the day, they're playing on Commercial Boulevard, just west of I-95. That piece of land is where most of the South Florida soccer, I don't want to say all, but most of the South Florida soccer history has been made on that exact piece of land.
So let me ask you, speaking of politics and crap, are they still overcoming the politics and crap over in Miami to get Miami Freedom Park? Because you said that they were still on target for like 45 days from now or something?
Claiming 45 days. Every time I talk to him, he's been saying 45 days, that they're going to, they will settle on a lease in 45 days by the end of March is what he's saying. And, they're planning to break ground sometime after that. So we'll see. I've been doing this so long, and I've heard so many stories and so many promises, and, I believe things when I see them. But he is an optimist by nature. Jorge Mas is an optimist by nature. He gets a little bit overexcited sometimes, I think. He's never done sports business before. Sports business is very different from Mas Tech, which is technology is his background. But anyway, so I think they're going to settle on the lease in the next 45 days. That's what he says, anyway. And then they'll break ground sometime after that. We'll see. Yeah. Time will tell.
And by the way, I became even more jealous of you. I just realized this. One of your road stops is going to be Nashville.
Yes.
That's
I love Nashville.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love Nashville. And to have the two new teams play against each other, that's going to be cool. And Nashville is a great city.
Oh.
Great city. My daughter looked at Vanderbilt, and we had never been to Nashville. And we went as a family to Nashville to check out Vanderbilt. And we're like, whoa, where has this city's always been here and we've never been? And David and I, we travel a lot, and our daughter, we've traveled all over the world, but we had never been to Nashville. And that is definitely a really fun city. Great food, great music, great vibe downtown.
I know.
Very alive, very vibrant. So, But they're having more trouble, believe it or not. As much as we're complaining and people saying things about Inter Miami, their club up there is having very serious problems with their stadium issue, much worse than here. I mean, here at least, these guys have spent over $100 million and built this facility, which is going to be very nice in Fort Lauderdale. The pictures that are coming out and the videos, I mean, they're getting, it's finished. They're getting it finished, and it looks really nice. Everything is in black, pink, and gray. It looks very modern. In Nashville, they've got nothing going. They've got all kinds of political problems, and there is no V plan. There's nothing being built, so they've got some problems up there.
What are they playing in some existing stadium that was there or something?
Yeah, they're playing in the football. Yeah, they're playing in the football stadium.
Oh, they're going to play where they're going to play where the Titans play.
Yeah, I think that's where they're going to be playing at the beginning.
Oh, that sucks because you know how it is. It's so big. You're only going to feel
I don't
like.
know. I have to look. I have to actually see. I think that's what it is, but I'm not sure. I think that was going to be their temporary plan, but I'll look it up and let you know. Next time we'll talk about. I'll do a little more research on Nashville.
That's interesting. All right, do we know? I mean, this is. I'm sorry if I put you in an uncomfortable spot here. Do we know when they release the kits for the USL team? Because I'm going to buy those too. I'm dying.
I don't know that one. I don't know.
Okay.
That one I don't know. I just know about tonight at 8:30 is when the MLS one, the Inter Miami one, will come out. So it'll be the road shirt. The away shirt. I'm not supposed to use the word road.
Which will be the black one. Which will be the black one. Because the pink one's going to be home for the heat. Yeah. You're going to have the lighter color, of course.
Exactly. That's what I think too. Yes.
Yeah.
So anyway, that should be fun. So look for that. And that's that. I actually have to go. I'm writing 3 stories today. I'm writing a marathon feature on a very interesting runner. And then tonight I have to cover the UM basketball game against NC State at 8:30, by the way, at the same exact time as the jersey's being revealed. So I'm going to have shirt reveal and basketball both starting at 8:30.
Wow.
So,
all right. So another day where Michelle Kaufman writes 86 articles in one day for the Herald. Nice.
Okay. We all do. We only have 9 of us left.
I know.
So we're all,
I know. They've got you guys working. Super Bowl week. How many stories did you write?
Oh, I wrote a lot during Super Bowl week, and we all did. I mean, we all went to the game. All of us, all 9 of us were there, and we all wrote. Some people wrote multiple stories. So yeah, everyone's been very, very busy.
I can't say I follow everybody as closely as I follow you, but I know from following you, I don't know how many stories you wrote, but they got their money's worth at the Herald from you last week.
They are getting their money. We're working hard. But as long as As long as I'm employed, I'm still happy. So.
That's right. Damn right. Damn right. Follow her on Twitter at Kauf Sports. Catch her incredible work and tons of articles at the Miami Herald website or at your doorstep. Michelle, as always, you're the best. Thank you for taking some time.
All right. Thank you. All right. Take care. Have a good day.
You got it.
All right. Bye.
There you go. Good. Michelle Kaufman. How about that? 46 articles for her today. That's all. That's all. She's at the basketball game, and she has to cover the jersey unveiling, too, on top of all that. That's today's media, man.
Yeah, the Canes played North Carolina State tonight.
Yeah. What do you think? She was lying?
No. Well, dude, I wasn't listening. I'm over here cutting up segments.
Hey, my job is to bust your balls, okay?
Well,
That's
you do
my
a hell
job.
of a job on that, though.
Damn straight. Anyway.
That actually is right before the Heat game, right? I think it's 8:30, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the Heat game's at 10, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Kings game is before.
Yes.
We got a little something to watch before.
Yes. And at least we don't have stinking Panthers tonight. It's tomorrow. They're going to give us, a break here. I didn't want Panthers, Heat, and UM. It's like enough already. So, yeah.
That game last night, man, it was so playoff.
Yeah.
It was so great until that. I'll tell you what, man, that 3-man overtime period, the ice is so open, and it's all about I'm keeping the puck.
No, it's super fun.
You keep the puck.
It's great.
Like, once you lose possession,
it's great.
Oh, crap.
It's great. No, it's great. It's great. It's awesome. I can't complain about that. 4 hours and 10 minutes of programming is enough?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have enough segments today, man.
Yeah, no, I think so. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, because we started at 10:30. It's 2:40.
You got another 5 minutes in you, man?
Yeah, no, I can actually. I got a couple of things here I can talk about if I want.
Do you want to leave some stuff on the floor?
Yeah, we'll leave some stuff for tomorrow. What the hell? We'll leave some stuff for tomorrow.
You know what? I was thinking about this. Let's not wait till we get off the air. What time do you want to start tomorrow? Considering we're 10, 10:30.
No, tomorrow is normal. We're
doing 11 o'clock.
We're at Toyota of Hollywood.
Everybody, we're doing 11 to 3.
Yeah, tomorrow's the normal time, 11 to 3 at Toyota of Hollywood.
Okay. Just to give them a heads up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Tomorrow will
surprise,
be
we're on at
11.
10:30. Hey.
If you subscribe to YouTube, it gives you the warning when we're up. So and we always tweet it out right when I get on. I always tweet out we're on the air and all that, and give you guys the link out there. And I love all of you out there for always supporting us. Although I will say, before I go, J-Lo and Shakira, did you know that their halftime ratings, 103 million people watched J-Lo and Shakira at halftime? Okay, these are the ratings. Now, here's where this will freak you out. All right? It's something that I wanted to talk about that we could leave it on the floor, but as the days go on, it gets to a point where you don't want to talk about it anymore. But I thought this was an interesting stat. So 103 million for J-Lo and Shakira. Maroon 5 was last year. What's the percentage in the increase from Maroon 5 to J-Lo and Shakira? What do you think? If I gave you an increased percentage, give me a number. What do you say?
Did it quadruple?
No, just give me a number. The quadruple is 300% or 400%? No, it's not going to be 400%.
No, you said increase. Like they went to 103 million. Maroon 5 would be like 25 million.
Well, just give me a number. Give me a percentage number increase.
I bet at least 50, 60%. 4% increase? That's it?
Told you.
That's it.
That's it. Now, I'm thinking about this, right? The 4% increase is the guys that chose to sit there. The rest of the guys went back outside and, hey, I'll watch it later. Fired up a stogie, cigarettes, couple drinks. They're BSing, whatever. Yeah, the women are watching the halftime. We're out here BSing. Or they went out to go get something for the party or whatever it is.
We ran out of booze.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Because, this is what I'm thinking, you didn't gain any women from this. Because Adam Levine leads Maroon 5 shirtless. So you got all the women anyway. The year before for the shirtless dudes, then they just stayed for J-Lo and Shakira so they could just either admire or nitpick. Oh, yeah, no, her ass looks a little fat. That kind of, women come on. Which both of their asses were like fine and tight and everything. But, there's some woman out there that's kind of jealous. She looks a little fat there. What did you see that cellulite? And there's no cellulite. Whatever. But that's it. 4% increase from last year. Okay? Pre-game show had 21.6 million people, best rating since 2016. The Super Bowl ratings, 102, so it increased at halftime. Okay? 1.3% total viewership was up for the Super Bowl. It was the 10th most watched Super Bowl in history. The KC market had 62% rating, a 97 share they had watching the game. Okay? That's pretty crazy. Last year's Super Bowl with New England and the Rams was at 98.1 million, which was the first time since 2009 that they didn't cross the 100 million mark. Now remember, that game was 13-3. It was really boring. So maybe that's why you lost a lot of people. So if you're asking, because this Super Bowl was number 10, who are the top five? Top five. Number 5, 2017, 111.3 million, 0.32 million, New England and Atlanta. Number 4, 2012 was the Giants and New England, 111.35 million. 2016 chimes in at number 3, Denver and Carolina, 111.9 million. Number 2 overall, Seattle and Denver, 2014, 112.2 million. And the number 1 most watched Super Bowl of all time is the Pete Carroll decision in 2015. Pats and Seattle, 114.4 million people watched that game, which it went all the way down to the wire. That game.
Okay, can I say something? Because this is actually your viewing blah, and this is based on Nielsen ratings.
Viewers.
Isn't it convenient that 3 of the top 5 are some of the most exciting last-minute Super Bowls of all time?
I mean, it's normal.
Yeah, you know what it sounds to me more like? I'm not going to admit that I didn't see it. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
Well, I mean, out of all the sporting events,
it's just I'm saying convenient because we know that usually the Super Bowl was a dud.
But
for
think
years.
about this. But think about this. Yeah, definitely.
And it just happens that 3 of the most exciting are in the top 5. How convenient!
This is the one sport in America. In America, let me just say that because the World Cup's the other one. Okay, the NBA Finals, the NHL Finals, and the World Series are not must-see TV for the non-sports fan. The non-sports fan has to see the Super Bowl.
Oh, listen.
Like, they may not even like football that much, but they'll just be intrigued about the halftime show, the commercials, the camaraderie of the party, and all that stuff.
The biggest party days in this country
the Super Bowl is one
are New England and are New Year's Eve and Super Bowl, and it's based on certain sales, champagne, dip,
everything.
Chips,
Parties,
whatever the hell it is. But yeah, party day, Super Bowl, and New Year's Eve.
It's the only outside of the World Cup, okay? Because I got to make sure I preface that because the World Cup, if you notice, even the fringe fan wants to find. They get jingoistic about it, and they want to find out what their country's doing, right? That's just what it is. So the World Cup does bring in the average fan too, but NBA Finals don't bring it in.
Hey,
the
look,
NHL,
the World
forget
Cup,
the NHL
that's
baseball.
the reason all of the American markets have got involved in advertising with the World Cup because of you're not going to get a bigger viewership in the world.
But the Super Bowl, you'll get people that have no interest in the game whatsoever to watch it, which is the weirdest thing because they won't do that for the other sports. Okay, except for the World Cup. That's the only other one because of the pageantry, the culture, all of that, because you have such cross cultures all over the place because, it's one country against another, and you get to find out more about that other country and players and all that. So there's a little bit more to it. You know what I mean? The Olympics has a little bit of that too also. But as in sports, Super Bowl's the only one in this country. The only one, dude.
You know what? I was thinking about this and we're still talking about the halftime show. Straight up, in all honesty, that halftime show compared to Lady Gaga flying off the roof of the arena
you're talking about that's
down,
talent.
That blew it away.
But that's
okay?
talent.
Katy Perry's halftime show had more, special effects and this and that. Shakira and J-Lo just shake their butt on the stage.
They look great. It was the hottest.
That's
the hottest halftime show is the way I look at it.
On the way,
but I'd rather see Bruno Mars
on the. Oh yeah,
no doubt. 1,000 times
over. Wasn't Bruno? Didn't Red Hot Chili Peppers also make an appearance with them?
But they only give him like a song.
I know, which was horrible.
Terrible.
But look, Bruno, like we talked about,
Bruno's a god.
Closest to Prince and Michael Jackson right now, performers in the world. It's Bruno Mars, and that's it. Nobody else.
Bruno's a badass.
On the way over here.
You ran into Bruno Mars?
No. I would have called you and told you I was later. Come join us. Situation. On the way over, obviously, listen to one of the local radio, blah, blah. They were talking about the fact that J-Lo and Shakira have seen a 900% increase on their sales.
Of course.
Only 900%.
Because you don't get paid for that. You know that, right? They don't pay the performer.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get an audience like, we're going to give you 200 million people.
It makes you more relevant. At that moment, you're more relevant. You know? How can you?
What is it?
How can you not be?
How many countries?
Oh, I don't even know how many.
Is it 200 country, whatever?
I don't even know how many.
And it reaches like 200, 300 million people in the world.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, they don't have to pay you.
Let's see. What else do we say? Mike Pellegrino goes, nobody cares about soccer. Bro, it outdraws the NBA and the NHL per game. Okay? All right? And he goes, they play in a football stadium, not an arena. They play in soccer stadiums. Okay?
Unless you're Atlanta and you need it to be at the new stadium because there's 68,000 people showing up.
Hey, Mike, I get it, my brother. You don't like soccer. You don't know shit about soccer. You don't know anything about soccer. So you run your mouth and you pick on soccer. I get it, my brother. I understand. I deal with you anti-soccer people all the freaking time. And because you don't like soccer, you got to crap on it. But the facts are they didn't start playing in bigger stadiums. They started the MLS over 20 years ago, and they were playing in small stadiums that were smaller than arenas. Now they play in arenas and stadiums that are bigger. Why? Because there's more of a demand, my brother. You can add 10 more thousand seats to a bunch of these arenas. They're not going to draw anymore for basketball games. There's a difference. There's more interest growing in soccer. But I get it, Mike. You don't like soccer. See, this kind of discussion never really works because when you don't know about soccer and you don't follow it, you can't talk about it. Get it? But I follow soccer and boxing and hockey and football and baseball and basketball. I follow it all. I'm a fan of it all. So I'm educated to a certain extent about it all. When you're not educated about soccer, don't talk about it, man. Don't talk about it. Because it's a powerful sport now. It's the most powerful sport in the world. The MLS is not a powerful league yet, but it's a moneymaker, man. And it averages almost, it's closer now to 20,000 per game. It's crazy, man. MLS has grown a lot. It's a moneymaker. If you don't like it, that's fine. It's all good. But if you don't know anything about it, don't talk about it, bro. I mean, it has grown leaps and bounds. 20 years ago, you could make that argument nobody cares about soccer. You can't do that now. You can't. The English Premier League is on NBC and all these other international leagues, and kids are watching it left and right. And they're watching it more than baseball, and they're watching it more than hockey.
Video game sells.
Oh, not
FIFA blows MLB away.
No, it blows everything except football locally in this country.
The NBA game
blows away the NBA game too. FIFA's a worldwide game.
Well, I'm just saying here, I know.
Well,
FIFA destroys MLB.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll destroy MLB, NHL, and I bet it destroys the basketball one too. I think football.
The basketball one's pretty good, though.
Yeah, but I think Madden is the one that has
Madden is
Madden.
In games, it's king.
Madden is Madden. I would bet that FIFA's too. I would bet that FIFA is too.
When was the last time you looked at one of those new?
Oh no, I've seen them. Yeah,
the last 5, 6.
No, the effects are.
It's disgusting how real
they look real.
How real it looks.
Yeah, it's awesome. Let's see. Montel's son says, drop in to say hi, guys. Okay. Thank you, Montel. Thank you for dropping in. Daniel says, it was a good Super Bowl along with the halftime. J-Lo and Shakira, honestly, I think Shakira actually stole the show, but J-Lo and Shakira were great. Yeah, they were both fantastic, but I could see where you would say Shakira was a slightly better performer. I mean, she's the better singer, man. You know what I mean? Not that they were always singing, because they were probably lip syncing and singing to a track at times.
Remember, J-Lo was a dancer, man, that sang, that started singing.
A fly
you know?
girl.
Yeah.
Demi Lovato singing the national anthem at Super Bowl ranks up there with Whitney. No, Dan. No. Don't ever say that again. No. Demi Lovato could not hold a candle to Whitney Houston, my brother. It's not even. That's an insult to Whitney Houston. In fact, Whitney Houston right now, Dan, freaked out in her coffin. She might have jumped out of her coffin right now.
The only rendition of that, I think, maybe Marvin Gaye's rendition.
Okay.
You remember that one?
I
what was that?
with...
Was that in an All-Star game? Or I think it was an All-Star game, not a final.
Okay. I forgot, but I remember him singing it.
That had soul, groove.
Demi did a great job. Demi was fantastic. God bless her, man. I hope she, recovers from her addictions and she doesn't have to deal with those demons anymore. But Whitney Houston, I think you need to go back and listen to and watch the Whitney Houston one. That one is that your hairs will stand. You will get goosebumps all over your body. When you watch and listen to Whitney Houston sing that national anthem or watch Prince perform Purple Rain in the Rain, those are just iconic moments that for me
U2, Streets Have No Name, 2001, man.
Just
when the names start running.
Yeah.
That, I'm telling that to me, U2's is the most moving, incredible halftime.
That was awesome too. I remember that. Yes. But Whitney Houston's national anthem, my brother, nobody touches that one. Nobody's in her stratosphere. I tell you. That one was, for me, the ultimate right there. Dougie Fresh says, always preaching. I bet He Hate Me is on the back of that jersey. No, this isn't a He Hate Me was a Vegas guy, not a Orlando. This is Orlando Rage is what I whipped out from the XFL. What is the Tampa one? That's who I'm going to be, the Tampa fan. But I don't even know the name of it now.
You're just going to go local like that.
I always do that.
You could go with Winston Moss. He's a Kane. Wherever Winston Moss is.
I was a Portland Timbers fan in the MLS for several years. Then they added Orlando City, and that's kind of been my team the last couple of years. I've been following Orlando City.
No need to adopt anymore?
No. Now we got my team now here, Inter Miami, so Orlando City gets dumped.
Cut that umbilical cord. Goodbye.
Yes. Although I do want to go badly to the Inter Miami Portland Timbers game here. That's the one I'm looking for. I'm sure the Seattle Sounders one is also one that a lot of people want to look forward to. And I'm sure we want to develop a rivalry with Orlando. You know what I mean? That would be really, really cool. But personally, for me, I want to go. I want to go to an Inter game at Portland for the Portland Timbers. I'm dying to do that. But home here, I want to see the Inter Miami versus Portland Timbers game.
In the course of our travels, we'll have to start looking at the Inter Miami schedule.
Oh, for sure.
Coordinate.
Well, Portland and Seattle are the two that I have to go to. Orlando's easy. That's right there. That's a car drive. But Seattle and Portland, man. You know what? Now that you mentioned it, I'm glad you mentioned that. When we're out west for the football season early, I don't know when those games are for Oakland and something else, because it might be back-to-back weeks and they keep the Dolphins out there for a week and we'll stay out there
we'll be out there for 2.5
about 10
weeks.
days. About 10 days. No, it won't be 2 weeks. It'll be 10 days. Because what you do is you arrive on like on a Friday or Thursday.
And you stay till the following Tuesday.
Monday, and you leave that Monday.
Unless there's a really good concert, and then you have to stay a couple more days.
You got to extend.
Or a soccer game now,
When you got to extend, you got to extend. But the soccer games are on Saturday.
I'm all over Washington and Oregon because, I've got all the West except for those two in the corner. I've done Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah.
So when we go out there
Oregon,
out west for
Oregon
the Dolphins,
and Washington would be great.
Maybe an inter game collides at the same time on a Saturday. So that might be pretty cool if we're able to do it. But eventually, even if it doesn't happen this year, in the next couple of years, I got to go on an inter-road game to Portland or Seattle. Portland and Seattle, both. Got to do both. I want to do the walk in Seattle. There's a walk. I don't know if you guys know this. They've got a line of bars that lead up to the stadium. So they start a walk it's like a mile, supposedly.
Sounds like it could possibly be more like a crawl.
You know what it is?
It could end up a crawl, not a walk.
You know when Rocky is running and all the kids start following him, they start the walk and people come out of the bars in their kits, and they all join in to make the walk to the stadium. And so by the end, it's thousands of people that are walking. So it's like a really infamous walk.
That almost sound like we from Bourbon Street when we did it to the Sugar Bowl, Gaines, Alabama. All of us just.
Well, yeah, but this is kind of organized. This is kind of what they do every time, every game.
This is the thing.
This is the walk. Yeah, exactly. We won't have that here. Unfortunately, it's really hard because you have to have it all situated the right way to do it and all that. I mean, that team's so big that it has to play in the Seahawks Stadium.
Well, like when you started saying a mile of bars, I'm like thinking, if you go bar to bar to bar to bar, have a drink, that thing's going to end up being a crawl by the time you get to the stadium.
Yeah, no, it's the people coming out of each of those bars, joining each other. Dan goes, Big O, I stand corrected. Oh, Dan, dude, don't go by what I said. Please go back to the video and watch Whitney Houston one more time. That's all you got to do. Watch it one more time, and you'll go, yeah, no, we can't touch her. No, that's at another stratosphere.
It had the advantage of what was going on in the country at the time.
No, but she knocked it out, bro.
Yeah,
her
but
voice.
What I'm saying is there was an extra added element. It was the first time we ever had metal detectors at a game.
I get it, but her voice.
Yes.
Demi Lovato will never have her voice.
Yes, but understand the significance of the situation.
I get it.
It heightened the moment.
I get. You are 1,000% right. But Whitney Houston is one of the great voices.
She brung it, man. She brung it that day.
You know, just every time I think about it, and I think about all her addictions and all that, and it's depressing that she actually just, pissed away that career and that talent on all that cocaine and alcohol and all of that.
Yeah, but
that
crack is
her.
whack, though.
And crack is whack,
crack
exactly.
Is whack.
And she said it. And she meant it, and she lived it, and she paid for it, unfortunately. But you think about it, man. If that woman doesn't stay on drugs, crazy stuff. All right, let's wrap it up.
Because of the drugs, that's why I had to say she brung it that day.
Yes. Bill, John, thank you as always. We thank all the folks out there, as always, for tuning in.
You guys are awesome.
Whenever you're listening to us, reach out on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. David Furonis, we thank from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald. We will see you tomorrow live from Toyota of Hollywood. Hasta luego.
Till tomorrow, guys. Later.